Welcome to the GunJones.com lobby chat.
What's up, dog?
Nothing too much, just catching up on some news. The world's gone crazy.
Yeah, I had to turn it off. Good thing there's a hockey game on.
Yeah, cable's out, but the internet works. So I can't watch the game.
Well, that's no good. Might be able to find it streaming somewhere.
That's what I'm trying to do, but everyone I click on keeps it's either not up or it's getting taken down. That's okay. I'm supposed to be doing work anyway.
Hell, the game hasn't even started yet, and people have already thrown a couple catfish on the ice.
Nobody's around today. Normally, when I peek in on these things, you guys are all very lively.
Last couple weekends, it's slowed down a little bit after the quiz show, but then it's picked up again. What up, Smiggy?
Going on, man?
I tried to help you.
Yeah, you know what? I would have had that other one because I saw you had the answer. I could not find the fucking chat room. Like normally, I just go to the main page and hit like the featured channels or whatever. I scrolled through 3 times and didn't see it. I don't know if I had a brain fart or if it only loads certain ones. Because I went back, I was like, oh crap, it's like not there. I went back and it was like right there. So, yeah, it took me a minute to find our secret hideout. And then G-Web's on the one of them's like, oh, they're saying it in the chat, and it's like, oh, I closed out of the quiz chat. I went to their secret spot.
See, and that's the hard thing on the phone is you got so many pages to jump through, and then if you're going to Google something, you got to go Google it and then get back to the text chat.
Okay, well, next time I won't pick you if you're on your phone.
Okay.
But I'm just kidding. I just wanted to pick, I don't know, somebody.
You know my Google Fu ain't strong anyway.
That's all right. Mine was sucking too. Honestly, I kind of like the idea of like either you know it or you don't. That's why some of the things I was like way off because I'm like, I'm not even Googling this. I'm just gonna like guess. Was it for the muzzle thingy? I don't know.
Sometimes guessing's faster than figuring it out.
Mm-hmm.
I like the idea of having somebody out there to help you. It's just a matter of how do you facilitate communicating in the most efficient manner.
Right. That's all right. That was fun. I'm just happy to be able to be part of it. I missed the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, both times I've been involved now, I've been fucking the first loser, number 2.
That's right. You still get something.
Hey, John.
Hey, what's up, dog?
It's funny because that's his name.
Smeggy, is Nashville going to get their fucking heads on straight and actually make this a series or what?
Oh, you know what? I forgot the game started at 8. I don't know, dude.
They're already fucking down.
Oh, are they? That was one thing I was actually thinking about going out tonight, going and watching it.
Who's playing?
Pittsburgh versus Nashville. Oh, it's only 1-0, 3 minutes into the game. They're fine. Maybe I'll leave it. Maybe I'll leave after the first intermission. Maybe that's what I'll do. That'll give me time to get there before the game starts back up again. Yeah, a half hour in, they're only actually 3 minutes into the game. That's one of those coverage starts at 8, but we're gonna fucking sing the national anthem and show interviews and blah blah blah, all the other shit. So yeah, the puck dropped like 5 minutes ago, probably. That's what I'll do. That's my plan. I did kind of want to go out tonight. Dino Cicerelli.
You guys are all on East Coast time, huh?
Yeah.
I'm West Coast.
Well,
East Coast.
damn it.
Well, who do you want to win?
I want Nashville to win. Fuck Pittsburgh. Bunch of jackasses.
Who's winning now?
Pittsburgh.
Beginning of the series, I wanted Pittsburgh to win, but now that they're up 2-0, I want to at least see a series out of it. So
Okay, I'll see what I could do. So I finally got enough reviews on Amazon where I can actually see my reviews. So I think I might do some reviews on by video and post them up to Amazon over there. So Smeggy, you gonna go to the bar? Or you gonna go to a regular restaurant if you go out?
I'll go up to the bar.
are we going to get a drunk Smeggy tonight?
Probably.
And you know, a drunk Smeggy is always a Maggie Smeggy.
You
You say drunk Smeggy.
know, I have to say, I don't know if I'm liking this reputation I'm getting for correct. I don't know, for correcting the record or whatever. I really don't get that messed up when I go out. I just kind of get animated or whatever, but I really don't drink that much when I'm out. I have like a couple.
Don't take it personally, Maggie.
In your defense of how much you drink, you just defined yourself as a lightweight.
No, not really, because I don't really get drunk. I don't get drunk. I just play it on TV.
I like that. That's the defense Charlie Sheen should have used.
Damn it. Shoot the thing. Goddamn skeleton. Oh, you jackass. Oh, come on. 5 seconds left. Come on. Yes. All right. Going into overtime. See, you just got to play this game if you want exciting, overtime shit. Come on. Get the thing. I don't know. I think we might lose this one, but at least we pushed it into overtime. Damn it.
Who is Pittsburgh playing after this?
Summer vacation.
Yeah, nobody. This is it.
Oh, this is the finals.
Yep.
Which version of sports is this? Is this football, hockey, or basketball, or what?
Hockey.
Hockey. You could tell I'm really up on my sports.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. It's all good. It's not. I mean, hockey's the one that I follow the closest.
And they're playing Washington, right?
They're playing Nashville.
Nashville Capitals?
No, that'd be Washington Capitals. Nashville Predators.
Predators, okay.
The Pittsburgh Penguins are playing the Nashville Predators.
Right.
Holy crap, we might actually win this game. Get him. 20 more. Oh, he's got the zap. Woo! We won. Wow, that was a comeback, dude. Seriously, that was a comeback.
That's it?
No, my phone game. Come on now.
Oh, dear. I'm just looking it up on NHL.com.
That gives me an idea. That'd be great. You should just do a radio podcast of Smeggy playing his game, talking like he's an announcer of a game. That'd be great.
You don't already do that?
I did that once before when Sean was at work, or at least not being able to talk, but he was playing his Warship, the boat game, World of Warships. Hockey and curling were invented in Nashville. Yeah, according to them, they were. Fucking jackasses. They're stealing Hockey Town. They're like, we're Hockey Town. No, you're not. Detroit is. Go suck a dick. But anyways, he was playing his game and no one else was in the chat. So I'm just like, you know what, guys? I'm going to do a little play-by-play. And I was like, oh, he's shooting the missile. Oh, it hit the boat. Oh, it missed. Oh, no. Watch out for the torpedo. It was pretty good. It was fun.
Yeah, if I thought I was lost before listening to you, I think I'd be a lot more lost. You're playing hockey or you're playing Space Wars? So who's the MVP of today's game?
I don't know yet. The game just started.
Who do you think? Wild guess.
I don't know.
Depends who wins. There's a lot of game left.
I don't even know if he's in net, but I'm going to say Pecorini.
And Pecorini. I don't see his name on the board.
It's Nashville's goalie.
Oh, Rinne, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Murray looks like a wimp. Yeah, it's definitely Rinne.
I don't know. He's really been sucking it up.
Aberg looks tougher, too, than Sheary.
I just need Nashville to win so that way I can get paid.
Okay, you got it.
You bet on Nashville?
I only put down $50, but the odds paid higher, so I took them.
I take 10%. Fisher looks like like he's trying, like he enjoys getting his photograph taken.
He's got a hot wife.
Don't most of them?
Yeah. Oh, come on. I want a 3-star these fuckers.
Hit Mike Fisher. Where's Hornquist? This NHL.com is pretty cool on the live part.
So, I'm thinking of going to Gander Mountain tomorrow and rummaging through the wreckage. What types of things should I look for?
You're talking about the sales bin or the actual mess?
Well, the whole store is 40% off.
Nice. Really? Are they going out of business?
Yeah.
Oh, just that one or in general?
All of Gander Mountain filed for bankruptcy a while back.
Nobody bought them out?
Well, people did, but they're liquidating the inventory, to pay off their debtors or whatever, and then the other people get like whatever's left over or whatnot. I don't know exactly what the deal is.
Well, I'm a little worried you're even online at home right now if that's the case.
Why?
Do you cast bullets, Smeggy?
I do not cast bullets, no.
Oh, all right. Never mind. I was going to say focus on fishing weights. Those are always a great steal when places go out of business.
Oh, those are pure lead.
I might get some anyways then, just to... Those make good bullets. I know there's different freaking like whatever, right? You have different alloys or something, and people are like, "Oh, you should use this type of steel or whatever." Fishing weights are good.
It just depends on the mixture of alloy.
Well, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking, if that fishing weights are like a good mixture.
Well, fishing weights
are 99.9% pure lead normally.
Yeah.
So if you if you take, for example, it's been a while since I've done it, 1 pound of fishing weights, and you can go and buy a nickel bar from a hardware store for like $10, and $10 worth of nickel bar will make you can mix with hundreds of pounds of lead to make your alloy mix right.
Okay. I'll think about it. It wouldn't hurt to have chunks of lead sitting at the house, you know.
Does Gander sell the smelting pot?
I don't know if they really get all that into it. Their firearm stuff is kind of limited. They're definitely more like hunting and camping and shit.
Okay.
I mean, they do have firearms and stuff, and I have seen some reloading stuff there, but I don't know if they have all that kind of stuff.
Well, do they still have the website online selling?
No.
Oh, they stopped that already, huh?
Yeah, the website shut down. I think you can still get like a location thing, like see where your local stores are.
But that's about it, right?
Yeah. But I've been seeing their ad on TV like every commercial break, sometimes twice a commercial break.
I don't have one near me, which sucks since they're not doing it online anymore.
Yeah, I think. Oh my god. Oh, wide the fuck open. Anyways, yeah, I think I heard something where like someone bought their inventory, then the other guy bought the buildings and like the name and all the trademarks and shit. And that's the dude who owns Camping World. And he said he's gonna like keep some of the stores open. Most of them are closing, but it's gonna be rebranded as like Gander Outdoor instead of Gander Mountain. And so I think that's where they're trying to just sell all the shit now so the stores are empty, and then he can bring in all like his crap. Because I believe I saw something where a different person bought the inventory in the bankruptcy auction than like the actual company itself.
So they have no choice but to liquidate the stuff because someone already purchased it.
Oh yeah, they don't exist. Yeah.
Yeah. I was saying, what's the point of
what's the point of liquidating or something?
I think he got disconnected.
Oh, I don't have the tab open, so I didn't know.
Oh, I just heard the hang up sound before he cut off.
Oh.
Camping World buying Gander Mountain sounds kind of like Kmart buying Sears, two failing companies prolonging their own deaths.
Oh, is Camping World failing? I just know him from that TV show. Marcus is the one that does the profit. He comes in and like will invest money in a business and then he owns part of it. And he helps them like fix all their shit. I really like that show, but
well, there used to be quite a few Camping Worlds up and down California, and I remember watching over
before. So
over the years, I've watched a lot of them close. So I just kind of assumed, which I could totally be wrong.
Yeah, you know what they say about when you assume.
Make an ass out of me and an ass out of you.
You're not making an ass out of me. It just makes you a jackass. I think I'll put my wizard down. Use the wizard. Use the wizard. Help me, Mr. Wizard. Okay, sweet. Clone, clone, clone. Yay, we win, we win. Woohoo. Thanks. Best fucking move in the game, dude. There's this giant skeleton dude. He carries a big bomb. And he walks up and like he punches the thing, right? So you're like, oh, he does like a little bit of damage. And then when he dies, he drops the bomb and it blows up. There's another card that's a clone. And it clones the people, but like the clone is like made out of ice or whatever, so they still like hit with the same amount of damage, but they don't they have like they're very weak. Like one shot kills them. So anyways, you get the skeleton dude near the end, and then you clone him. So then as soon as it hits like one time, the clone dies, but because he drops that bomb that does damage, it fucking like blows the building up. So it's almost like he's stronger when he dies. So by having the two of them that die very easily, you blow shit up. It's pretty cool. It's a good strategy.
Are you playing like Clash of Clans or something?
Kinda. It's Clash Royale, which is like the same characters from Clash of Clans, but it's more like a real time. You put these cards down, and then the people like walk across the other side of the arena and try and blow up a building.
Gotcha. It's the one where they have where you're trying to destroy each other's towers.
Right. But yeah, it's got
Okay.
the wizard and the giant and all the different things. And there's quite a few of them that are like they're not in Clash of Clans. Like they made new characters or whatever.
I only recently got to a point in my life where I can start like experimenting with all this technology stuff. So I've had nieces and nephews have been sending me links to all kinds of games they want me to play with them, and I think that's one of them.
Yeah, Clash Royale is very fun. I play Clash of Clans, but I was really starting to get sick of it. There just came out like a new update where they added like some new stuff, which is like kind of cool, but I don't know if it's cool enough to keep my interest. I think
for
I'm
me,
still. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So for me, it's one of those time things where, especially when I start working, because the timetables I work under, I don't end up with downtime. So checking my phone to stay current with that stuff it's difficult for me to do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of why I like it though, because you can like check in the morning, and you click a thing that takes 10 hours or something. Then you don't need to do anything for the next 10 hours. You know. You'll never be like the highest rank or whatever, right? Because those people are the people that like pay for shit and are obsessed with it. But you know, you'll do okay.
That right there, what you just described, is something that I still can't understand. I've got a nephew. He's an adult now, so it's his money. He can do whatever he wants. But he told me he spent $100 on some game on his phone, and I'm going, you know how much ammo or fishing gear that could have been?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on a second. He spent $100 for a phone game?
That's what his mother told me, and he didn't deny it when I asked him about it.
That's ludicrous. $100 on a game for a phone.
Yeah, but he had the coolest fucking tank in the whole thing or whatever.
Like I said, I don't know if that was multiple games or one game. All I know is spending money on my phone for a game when I'm not getting a physical thing in return.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It could be multiple games, or even if it is the same one, I guarantee it was like multiple $5 at a time type of shit. Because that's what they do. Because then it doesn't feel like you're really spending much, you know?
Yeah.
Like, oh, they're having a deal. $5
more
gives
than
you 10 gems or whatever.
Oh, didn't they have that South Park episode about that?
Yes. That's so true.
Freemium, wasn't that it? Freemium games?
Yeah. It's like most people never do. Oh, we are so fucked. I don't even think my buddy's helping me anymore. Wow. We just got annihilated.
$100 for any game, no matter what it is, for a phone game is, that's ludicrous.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't want to wait 20 hours to upgrade your fucking base, do you? No, you want to finish
I'll
it
wait
now.
3 years to upgrade it. I'm not wasting money on a phone game. But what does it get you in the end?
Let's see, my argument was that I bet on horse racing with my phone, and at least I have the chance to make something back. And I'm like, you spent $100 in a week on your phone game,
and you get nothing.
And you have nothing. I spend $50 a week betting on horses, and on average, I either break even or I make up a little something, or I'll lose a little. I don't understand spending money and not getting anything in return.
Well, the whole point of it is to make somebody rich. It's not you that you're making rich, but somebody. But that's kind of irresponsible. $100. Wow.
Well, he's 19, so his job, his money, he can do what he wants.
He'll learn.
Yes, yeah, he really needs to have somebody teach him though. Apparently, he needs it, the lesson.
Well, sometimes you learn the lesson yourself. I mean, I know plenty of people that you tell them a million times, they not going to happen, but they experience it themselves. Bam, they learn.
See, that's kind of
Eventually.
yeah. That's my take with him. Is I figure I'll let him, when he needs to come to me because he needs something for his car, or he can't pay for something. That'll be time to knock him with a lesson.
Yeah. Bring him down a peg or two.
Yeah. Well, I remember when I was in like my early 20s, I worked with this guy who was 19. And when I was buying a house, I still remember this saying, right? So he goes, dude, you're so lucky you're getting your own house, like blah, blah, whatever. And I was like, dude, luck has got nothing to do with it. In the past 2 years, I haven't fucking bought a boat, spent a bunch of money on it, sold it for a loss, bought another boat, bought a motorcycle, drove it for a month, sold it at a loss, go to fucking Canada every weekend, get wasted, have like $200 bar tabs. Like,
it took a lot of hard work and a lot of mistakes.
You know?
It took a lot of mistakes and a lot of hard work.
I don't even know about that. I just saved my fucking money, dude. This dude, like, those are all examples of things that he did. He would fucking buy shit and be like, oh, this is kind of dumb, and then just like sell it for half what he paid for it, and be like, I don't know why I don't have any money. It's like, because you're a fucking 19-year-old with a boat, and then he bought a truck so he could haul his boat around, and then he like never took it out on the lake. So he's like, I don't even use this boat. I'm going to sell it. And then like the next summer, he's like, boating was kind of fun. I'm going to buy a boat. I was like, what the fuck? Just kept the one you had, you dumbass. What the fuck?
Not sure what he wants to do, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Which is fine. I mean, shit, you got to figure it out. But
it was fun being young and having to figure it out on my own.
Right. It's just I've always had that kind of, all right, like don't buy stupid shit, save up your money kind of thing. And that was because, I did have that goal. I want to be able to have my own house and shit. So when I bought my house, it's like, dude, no one gave this shit to me. Like, no one just said, okay, here's fucking, whatever, $50,000, go buy a house. Like, nope, I had to fucking save my money.
Yeah, I think the only thing that delayed me buying a house when I was younger was the fact that I decided to take a job where I was traveling all the time. So I was kind of chasing summer. But otherwise, I agree. You skip going on the parties, you skip doing stuff, but you get the house in the end.
Yeah. I mean, I still did stuff. I just didn't have all the toys. That was the difference. I had no problem partying every once in a while and spending some money. Like, that was no problem. Damn it, dude. We are sucking it up today. Problem is I keep getting different partners because, like, you can just join, like, who's ever ready to play. And I'm not, like, my setup isn't good with their setup. Because sometimes you'll have stuff that, like, one person gets, like, all defense stuff, right?
Okay.
You need a lower deck. What the fuck does that mean? A lower deck. I use the deck I'm fucking using. I don't know. Am I supposed to, like, use shittier cards or something? Is that what he means? Like, okay, I'm gonna find all my shittiest cards. Ooh, fuck that. That's my buddy. He won't tell me what the fuck. Oh, you dick. Damn it. Feast would have let me play with my normal deck. All right, back to making a shitty deck, apparently. I must match you up based on, like, the level of your stuff. So we were getting, like, harder opponents because I have good stuff. Does that sound about right?
That sounds right.
I mean, if he says I need a lower deck, it means I need a shittier deck.
It's funny you talk about cards. I actually just got done selling a bunch of cards. I had 2 matching binders of old school Magic cards.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you have a Lord of the Pit?
To be honest with you, there's more than 10,000 cards in the series. I very well could.
That's the only one I really remember. I did used to play Magic. I never actually really had cards of my own that often. I just remember that Lord of the Pit was a 7/7 flying trample, and at the time it was like the best fucking one. And then they just keep coming out with expansions and shit and making, better stuff.
See, the only one I ever remembered was the Shivan Dragon, and that's just because I liked the artwork. I wanted to get it as a tattoo when I was younger. But I had a neighbor's house who burned down when I was a teenager, and the guy had been a comic and game collector. And so after the fire, he took all the stuff that was in his garage that he said was smoke damage and was throwing it all out. And most of the comics, because he had them all in plastic, the plastic had sealed to them and ruined them.
Mm-hmm.
But he had boxes of Magic cards, and Pokemon cards, and all kinds of stuff that he was throwing out that was all perfectly good. So salvage that stuff.
Yeah. I worked with the guy that had a bunch of Magic cards, and he was out of town on this past big project where we moved out there for a while, and he had his sister staying at his house to kind of keep watch an eye on shit. Well, apparently she had some friends over or something, and he went home for a weekend or something, and for whatever reason he decided I'm gonna go look at my Magic cards or some shit. I think because we had been talking about it, so I was like, oh, I didn't realize you were a nerd. And yeah, his fucking Magic cards were gone. So one of his sister's friends stole his whole fucking thing.
That's jacked.
And he's like, yeah, that was fucking thousands and thousands of dollars worth of Magic cards.
Yeah, like I said, I paid one of my nephews who's nerd's not an insult anymore, so he's a nerd. He sorted all these cards out into binders a couple months ago for me because I've been lugging them around in boxes for years. And he determined that there was enough cards to make 2 sets. I took one of the sets into Vegas and had him and sold it. And the guy gave me $6,000 for everything.
Oh, wow.
So I gave $1,000 to my nephew for sorting it and kept $5 for me and the wife to invest in something else.
Holy shit, man. You got any more cards to invest or to sort?
I have a whole other set.
Yeah,
I will gladly drive.
I'll sort them for you.
I'll drive you for free.
That was my whole point. That's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, well, he's that particular nephew is a smarter kid, and he's 15 and getting ready to buy his first car.
Oh, you mean he's not going to spend $1,000 on phone games?
If he does, I don't know if I'm going to be able to not go off on him.
You know what? You owe me that money back. Fuck you. You don't.
Well, thank God you know your nephews pretty well, I'm sure. So if you say he's going to do something good with it, like buy a car, then that's a good thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's always been very, very, dare I say, frugal. I mean, this kid still has the money that he got from the Tooth Fairy when he lost his teeth.
Well, he's still young. He doesn't have money to spend on it. He needs to be frugal with it because
he's got to get that car so he can start buying gas and picking up the ladies.
Insurance.
That's when his money goes away.
Oh yeah. No, I'm sure that's exactly what's going to happen. He's going to do just like me and his daddy did. He's going to get his car, and all of a sudden he's going to go from having a little bit to being broke.
It happens.
I think that's part of being a teenager.
Yep.
Absolutely.
All right, guys. First period's over. I'm going to take off. I will see you later.
Have fun,
rest of the game.
Take care, Smegs.
Don't drink too much.
I never do.
Yeah, I've seen some kids really just blow past the money, and you're wondering where in the world are they getting it from that it can go out so quickly?
Well, I mean, so once upon a time, I worked as a bouncer, and I used to have to deal with all the college kids that would come to the club at night. And you can always tell the difference between the ones whose parents made them get a job
And the ones
and the
that
ones
didn't.
Yep. Yeah. I'm a firm believer that kids need to go back to work. And people who are in their 40s need to stop flipping burgers at McDonald's. That's a job meant for a teenager, to teach them to get a better job. But, I mean, I don't know. I just left California a few weeks ago, and
God bless you.
yeah, that whole state it's at a point where you don't know what to do to help them. And I look around at the youth out there, and half the youth out there can't get a job because the jobs that are supposed to be for them don't exist anymore.
Well, they're brainwashing them to not be self-reliant.
It's a mess.
They're never going to learn the meaning of hard work. They're never going to enjoy the fruits of their labor. So when's a good time to come and sort your cards?
They're already sorted. The kids sorted all of them.
I will fucking take a bus to your place and I sort the crap out of them.
Well, maybe if I run across another good supply of cards. Every now and then I run into baseball and football cards when I go to the garage sales.
Right. I have a very small bundle of that stuff sitting somewhere in my stack of boxes. I don't even know if they're worth anything.
Well, you see, I'm not very technologically advanced. You might even say that I'm technically technology crippled.
Retarded? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, but so what I do is I take advantage of the younger generation behind me, and I tell them, you do the research, you find the buyer, and I'll cut you in.
Okay.
So that's how they earn their money, and that's how I get rid of stuff that I buy at garage sales.
Okay, it's a deal.
Aren't you all the way over in New York, John?
Yeah, I don't have to be, though. I can do a sort once every 4 days.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm noticing. This area that I moved to, I'm not really sure how the hunting at garage sales is going to go.
Is it? But it's a more rural area, or it's a more city-like?
I'm in a more rural area, so I've had good luck finding furniture and things. Like I got some really awesome wood furniture and stuff that I've managed to buy since I got here. Because it's old and it's heavy and people don't want to have to move it. But in terms of finding the collectibles and stuff, that was something that was easier when I was in a more urban environment, because I used to be really close to San Francisco.
Right.
And so people were always in a habit of moving and needing to sell everything. And half the time they wouldn't even pay attention to what they were selling. So I used to be able to find collectibles and stuff constantly. Out here, it's not going to be as people aren't exactly putting stuff that's worth a lot of money out like that.
So you probably have to do a little more driving to find something too, huh?
Yeah, I'm probably going to have to drive into one of the bigger cities. So, but that's okay. That's just a hobby. It's not like that's a main form of income.
Right. I see a guy on YouTube. He does videos all the time, and he like drives and takes a lot of cash with him, and he just drives looking for the stuff outside the garage. And does what he does.
Well, I just finally found a place that I want to try to go shooting at yesterday.
Okay.
I've spent 2 weeks driving around out in the desert trying to find a place to shoot. So, just
is it like nothing fancy Utah desert type of desert, or is it smaller in range?
No, I'm surrounded by massive desert. Problem is, unlike nothing fancy, I don't have as many hills.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So finding an appropriate backstop.
Yeah. And you don't have you have a truck, you don't have something you could load onto it, you can make yourself as a backstop?
So I have my truck, but because like I have some guns and stuff that 100 yards is perfect. I have some other stuff that I need to get some distance on. And building an appropriate backstop for some of those larger calibers is not something that I can just fit on the back of my truck, or that I'd even want to have to risk that error of something that small.
Right.
So I had to go around and find a hillside that would give me plenty of distance between a shooting area to the hill, and at the same time, no obstructions, nothing that's going to cause me to be inside legal issues.
Right.
I drove out to a couple of the designated public ranges.
And how did those work out?
They're okay. I mean, for some pistol work, not a problem. But none of them had anything that I could shoot any distance.
Oh, okay. So you're looking for distance.
Yeah.
How far out? 500, 600?
400 would be the minimum that I'd like for video purposes.
All right. So you're looking for 800, 900, maybe 1,000?
Yeah. I mean, if I could get 1,000, that'd be great, because that'd finally give me a reason to get the 338 out of storage.
Lapua?
That's right.
Baby. Woo.
And bothering to clean up that gun and get that gun going, and for the cost of ammo, that's not exactly something that I want to go shooting unless I'm really going to get to stretch the legs on it.
Is that something you reload or purchase?
It's something that I used to reload, and I'll probably get back into reloading if I find myself shooting it often.
Your new place, you have room for that?
I have to drive a little bit away from my place, but the spot I found, I think I do.
All right. I mean, a little drive is not a big deal if you're doing something you want to do, and then you get videos out of it as well.
Yeah, like I said, I don't mind doing the drive. I just it's just taken me a while to find a place that's appropriate. Because I'm also, like, when I was checking out a map of places around me, a lot of the places I found have actually been closed because of new development.
So they're not going to open up anytime soon, never again, probably.
They're closed indefinitely.
Oh, that sucks.
Like, one of the range spots that used to be a public range out here, I drove up to it because it was listed on the map as a place, so I wanted to go look at it. And right behind where the backstops used to be, there's now a school.
Yeah, you're not. Someone didn't update it.
Yeah, so that's not going to happen anytime soon.
That sucks.
But like I said, I think I found a spot. I'm going to go out there with a rangefinder in the next couple days, kind of start zoning it in, figure it out, and I'll go out there with some iron rods and put in distance markers.
I know somebody who moved out to. They're in Arizona now, right? And they purchased land, and they have their neighbors are, about a mile or two away. And they also can't do that. They had to make their own backstop with whatever sand they could build up, as high as they could build it up. And they made their own backdrop. But also where they are in Arizona, it's very flat. So they're...
Yeah.
It's nice to have the money to buy a property and make your own backdrop if you have 5-10 acres.
Well, right now, as far as the property that I'm living on, my neighbors are way too close for me to build a range on. But right now, I'm at that comfortable point where my neighbors are far enough away that we can't see each other, but we're too close that if we started shooting guns, we'd definitely hit each other.
Oh God, no.
But one of the reasons I moved out to this more rural area is eventually I plan on starting a campaign to open up I'm playing with how exactly to do it, but I want to open up a heritage range.
Now,
what's
a heritage range?
Basically, I want to open up a range / history location where I'd like to find a way to put it somehow, while to maintain control over it, but make it at use for the public.
Okay.
And to pull funds to treat it as a way to help preserve the Second Amendment and to focus on the history of the Second Amendment in this country.
Is that something you need some kind of stupid permit from the city or the sheriff or whatever?
It's something that I'll have to go through business licensing and stuff like that to get done. But it's one of the reasons why I came to the state that I'm in right now is because it would be easy to do here.
Okay. Now this way you get access to a range anytime you want.
Exactly. Have access to a range whenever I want. But more importantly, I don't want to see I just don't want to see that this I don't want to see this die with the next 2 generations.
With another school here and more developments there and the whole land is developed, you can't do it at all where you are. Yeah, I totally understand that.
Well, I mean, like one of my nephews was asking me because I have a plaque that everywhere I've lived over the past 15 years when I move, it's the one thing that I always make sure that it comes with me. And I put it above my work table. And it's just it's a simple plaque. All it says is American Rifleman. And I made that plaque in a woodshop class when I was in high school, because when I was in school, they still talked about guns, and we still had a marksman's club.
Back in the day when they taught us things that were actually useful.
Yeah. So, and I was the last generation that took part in that marksman's club.
And then the liberals kicked in.
So I would like to try to help revive, and if I can't revive it, I at least want to preserve the story of what was once American Riflemen. I mean, we were once known as the nation America, born with a rifle in its hand. And I would like to do something with my life where I can say that I helped preserve that.
That sounds like an awesome goal.
Well, I mean, me and the wife we're getting older and we don't have any kids and we're not planning on having any.
If you want to adopt a 40-year-old.
So it's just me, her, and the dogs right now. And I'm like, well, we don't have to worry about raising any little mouths. I can focus my energy and my money into doing something else.
You're interested in raising a big mouth?
My siblings have provided plenty of nieces and nephews, all with big mouths.
All right, listen, can't blame me for trying, okay? And it would get me out of here too, so. But, gotta try it.
Heck, I was gonna hope, but I guess Heavy B already made it through where I'm at.
Yeah, that's right. He left on the 2nd. That's correct.
I meant to reach out to him and tell him if he needed a stop at the halfway point, he was more than welcome to stop here.
Well, don't say it too loud because Knives might be listening and jump out of the trunk and hop on over to your place.
Actually, that's something else I'm working on right now. I'm working on an article about whether or not knives should be counted under the Second Amendment.
Not until he leaves Russia. I mean, California.
No. I mean, I'm talking about actual knives.
Oh, well, yeah. There are already groups like the NRA specifically for knives.
I understand that. My point is, I don't think enough people actually think about it. So I'm actually working on an article and a YouTube video to talk about it.
Okay, that's cool.
I want to try to bring that discussion up. I was just reading a case about a guy who, this is horrible. He went from Oregon to California to do a custody exchange of his kids.
Okay.
Because I guess the woman's in California still.
Right.
And he got arrested because she called the police saying that he had a weapon because he had a knife that was legal to carry when he was in Oregon, but became illegal to carry when he came into California.
Because it was too long, yeah. Or was it a switchblade or something like that?
I think it was a fixed blade, and I think that was the issue. It was a fixed blade of a certain length.
Right.
And all I could think was, how petty.
Well, that's the whole game of divorce. You know, if you're dealing with somebody who doesn't know how to be civil and they just full of hate, you really, really need to watch your back, because you really can't trust that person, even if you've been married to them for 20, 30 years. You know, it's unfortunate. It's extremely unfortunate.
I just all I could think was how petty of it was, even for the officers. I mean, the guy was, from what the thing said, the guy was like only 20 or 30 miles inside the state. I mean, literally, he only came in as far as he had to go to pick up his kids.
Right. That's sad, dude. That's sad.
Yeah. So it's like things like that kind of make you wonder. I'm like, well, you know, technically, if our guns are protected because it's our right to bear arms.
So should knives be in the same categories?
Yeah, technically, a knife is a form of bearing arms.
You're right.
You know, basically, our guns just replaced swords and knives.
They can be both be deadly weapons, same category.
Yep. You still have to follow the laws of whatever state you happen to be in at that time.
Sadly, he was going into California.
Yeah, I completely agree that that we have to follow the laws. It's one of those things that it came to mind, especially because this guy's case, it's a horrible thing to happen to somebody.
I hope he has a good lawyer and really gives it to her, because that's not fair.
Well, if he's smart, he'll pay the fine, because technically they only got him on possession of a weapon. They weren't able to get him for assault or attempted assault or any nonsense like that. So
because the wife was just being a total B.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it's stupid. It sucks. I'm not even in his shoes, and I'm already pissed off now.
Hard to believe there was a time when everybody used to just walk around with a gun and a knife, and it was just normal.
Sadly, those days are gone.
Yeah.
Most places, not everywhere. I mean, some places you still have normal people with common sense who those items are their part of their everyday work lives, their everyday, whatever rituals. Those people still get to enjoy their freedoms, not have to think about it, at least for now. That's unfortunate. So you're gonna do a video on this, and you're gonna do an article. You have a website you're gonna put an article on, or?
No, the article I'm writing up is first it'll be used as my script for making a video, and then I'll send it off to. Normally, if I write something like this, I'll send it off to anybody who I think might be willing to publish it. So I'll email it off to as many newspapers and stuff as I can and see if anybody bothers to pick it up.
How does that work?
You can send kind of an English is hard. You can send. You can write
spell checking, by the way, if you need it.
Yeah, I say you can send any article and things to any publication and see if they're willing to print it.
Okay. Now,
there's nothing.
Would you be sending it to an actual newspaper, or magazine, or what else would you?
As many editor emails as I can get my hands on.
Okay.
And somewhere on my wife's computer, she has a list of like 100.
Well, I wish you luck, and hopefully, once you get that one done, you can move on to your next one. You know.
Well, again, this is just the kind of thing that 99% of the time, you never get anything out of it, but at least you can say you put the effort in.
Right. Doesn't hurt to try.
Yeah. But yeah, there's I don't know if I'm gonna do that today or tomorrow. I might go driving tomorrow. Been wondering how long it would take me to get to Arizona from where I'm at.
3 hours.
Probably. No, I'd probably make it in a couple hours. I wanted to see if the wife, because I think the wife's going to be off. I wanted to drive out to Tombstone.
Oh, nice.
And so I've been trying to find things from where between us to Tombstone to see, what kind of stuff's in between.
Right.
That she might be interested in. Because I know once we get to Tombstone, she's just going to look at me and be bored.
Well, there's actually a lot of nice stuff out there. I remember going out to Reno years ago, and we were close enough to the border of California, but far away enough so you didn't have to think about the fact that you were near California. So we went over there, and we went to a lot of the towns, including Tombstone, and a lot of the towns that had I don't know if they were fabricated buildings to look like the originals or whatever. But the old towns, where you had people dressed up in the costumes as if they were going gold mining, gold digging,
Mm-hmm.
whatever you want to call it. And they had the actual buildings looked like they were back in the 1700s, 1800s, whenever it was. And I had a really nice time. I had a really nice time up there.
Yeah, see, I think that
we went to the Bonanza Farm too, that area.
Oh, no, the Bonanza one, that's up in did he hang up again?
No, Harry signed on.
Yeah, no, the Ponderosa, that was sad when they closed that.
Right, I was there before they closed it.
Yeah, that was a nice place.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure if you guys are going there just for the scenery or whatever, and then your wife decides to do whatever she wants to do, is like you'll have a nice time for the things that are open there still.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, I've been up to the Ponderosa and everything a couple times, and that's always close enough to other stuff that she can go do. That she's always has fun. But for the trip to Tombstone, despite the fact that I've been to Arizona several times, it's a place that I've never made it to.
Right.
So I'm just trying to find things along the way, because if I could drive straight there, then she's going to be miserable. So I'm trying to find stuff along the way to give her a break in the car, and also to give the dogs a break. Nice places to stop, things to look at. Because that's going to be a long ride, especially for the dogs.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of places to walk also, so you can stretch your feet as well.
So that's...
Yeah, Harry, I was just telling Dog that years ago I went to the Bonanza Farm, and he just called it the Ponderosa, but it's the same thing. but the weather was perfect. Oh my God. And this was in the middle, I believe it was towards the end of June, July that I was there. And we went to, in the center of Reno, you have the, where the water looks over the mountains with the snow on it. What was it called? Lake
Tahoe?
Lake Tahoe, yeah. So she lived closer to Lake Tahoe, so we drove up. We did a lot of driving so they can show me around and stuff. Oh my God, it was so nice. If I had the money, I would have been there in a heartbeat.
Let's see. It's a 9-hour drive, so break that up.
Yeah.
12-hour drive.
We did a lot of driving, but it was such a nice time. And the people there were so nice.
Oh, yeah. The Tahoe area especially is a very nice area.
Very laid back, very, relaxed. And it's also wasn't as humid and hot as Las Vegas is.
You think Las Vegas is humid?
When you got out of the plane to switch planes, you didn't even have to go outside. Just in the walkway from one building to the next so you could switch planes, the walkway felt like it was 110 degrees.
Oh, that sounds about right.
It was freaking retarded. You have no idea. Nobody that knows me has seen me move as fast as I did to get the hell out of that walkway.
No, Las Vegas is one of my favorite places. I love the heat.
Yeah. Well, they have those things in Reno. Not as much, but.
See, I'm anti-snow.
Well, no, there was no snow in Reno.
No, I just mean like in a place to stay long term. I'm anti-snow.
Oh yeah. That's too much. More than 3 days of that stuff is too much for me. And I live in a place where when it snows, it snows. Yeah, I totally agree with you. You get this? I'm sorry?
So yeah, I lived in that when I was younger. No more.
Yeah, you get to a certain age and snow is not as cute and fun anymore.
For me, that was just being 10 years old and digging out my dad's truck.
We dug out the trucks, but then we piled the snow on top of another vehicle because what else are you going to do with the snowballs? I wonder what Matt's going to do when he moves to Potato Land.
Didn't Matt say that he was up in Colorado at one point? So he should be used to the seasons.
Well, he's been in Texas for a long time now. And
That's true.
And I know he can't stand the heat because he still hates it.
Although he should be happy. It should be cooler for him over in Idaho.
Much cooler. I mean, they get feet of snow when it snows, right?
Yeah.
So, guess he couldn't handle the heat. But it gets to you after a certain point when you've been in it too long.
I guess the real question is that what's his family? Because I don't think his family has ever been in the cold weather. I'm pretty sure him and his missus have been having his kids the whole time down in that heat. So that'll be the biggest change for them.
Yeah, I mean they're young, the kids, so I'm sure they'll get used to it. Maybe it'll be something new for them as well, so they'll enjoy it for a little bit.
Yeah.
Until they see how many times they have to clear the driveway and the stuff from the cars and stuff. And then they'll say, "Oh, the hell with it. We're going back to Texas."
Well, Matt likes vodka, and there's plenty of potatoes there. So
Yeah. Open up his own distillery. He could make up his own NEA Shine.
There you go. He can make a. Nah, somebody already makes it. Has the AK bottle, don't they?
AK bottle of alcohol.
Somebody already sells alcohol in a bottle shaped like an AK.
Really?
It's a novelty. I can't remember. See it every now and then around the holidays.
I'll Google it.
Uh,
AK-47 drink. Oh no, that's what would you Google AK-47 bottle? Oh yeah, I see it. Oh wow. It's in Russian. It comes in a green box. Oh, that's pretty cool. Let me put it up on the screen share if Google doesn't kick me out, because I don't have enough memory. This stuff you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's the stuff.
Oh, and it comes in a set too. Oh, that's pretty nifty. He can make one in a Mossberg.
So he can make one in a Taurus.
There you go.
Oh.
Someone made one in a small one too. You see, what's that? Is that wine or? Oh, that's a shot drink. You see that one?
I see it. I'm not sure what's in it.
I have no clue.
It could just be red glass. So it could just be normal vodka.
That's true. So you're saying this is vodka, right?
Last time I saw it, it was vodka.
Okay. I don't want to click on one of these little pictures and then it'll open up 15 windows. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. I didn't know anyone made it something like this.
Yeah, just like every now and then, some of these cheaper whiskey companies for novelty will do like they'll do a 6-shooter that's full of whiskey and stuff like that. It's usually not any good alcohol that does the novelty bottles,
right?
But they're kind of cool just to have around for accent pieces.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact that it comes in the box like that.
Yeah.
Vodka. Drink my vodka.
Let's hear. Oh, G-Web said he wouldn't take dogs to Tombstone unless it was winter.
Why?
I'm guessing because it's so damn hot.
And he would have to carry a whole buttload of bags. Because you can't hide that stuff in the desert sand that well. You sure as hell don't want to have to step in it.
Question, G-Webs, if you're still out there, how much hotter is it in Tombstone versus Vegas on average?
Hotter, he says. Oh, he said it's made by Mr. K's grandson, not a rip-off brand. Let me take a look at his bottle. Oh yeah, that's the one I was showing. Yeah, with the 3 bottles.
Yep.
Yeah, he posted a link on his IG.
Yeah, I just clicked over to the Instagram. Yeah.
With a face like that on the picture, you know it's the real stuff, right? That's pretty cool. G-Web says his bottle is the only real one. Every other bottle is fake.
This bottle comes from the AK
Club
Club.
just for drinks? Oh, that brand.
Well, no, I know Tombstone's the desert, G-Webs. My dogs are used to working out in the desert outside of Vegas. So that's why I was just kind of wondering how much hotter.
Yeah, he just said it was hotter before, so I don't know. Hotter than what? Compared to what?
Because like I said, particularly because I have my one dog who I could leave the others at home. They're not a big deal, but I have one who goes with my wife and me pretty much everywhere. He's a service dog, and he's used to working.
Oh, he says it's not that much different then.
Yeah, because he does a lot of work with me out in the desert. So, he's the reason I have to lug that extra 2 gallons of water.
Well, why don't you get one of those things that the dogs carry and let him carry his own water?
Because he carries his med kit and stuff on him.
Oh, so that stuff already has a certain amount of weight?
Well, I don't want to put too much weight on him.
Right,
because then
because it's the desert.
Well, then he can't do his job.
Okay.
If I put, too much extra weight on him, then he can't serve his purpose as a guard dog.
Right.
So the med kit and everything already adds about an extra 8 pounds to his body.
Do they have the harnesses for the dogs that have like a quick release?
Yeah. So his backpack and everything is held onto him only by one clip up around the back of the neck area.
Okay.
So I can reach down and unsnap that with one hand, and that'll drop everything off of his body when he runs.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, I can't leave him at home with the others. Come home and find out that he's gone and gotten himself out of the house because he's too busy looking for me and his mama.
And then he leaves room for the other 2 to get out as well.
If someone could convince my other 2 to walk any further than 5 feet from the food bowl, would be a miracle.
So they're not lazy at all.
They're retired.
Mm.
They did their 6 years of service, and now they're both like, yeah, we're done.
Yeah.
I can't even get them to sit still for the camera anymore.
You figured they wouldn't be moving much at all then.
Oh, no. The moment they see the camera come out, they're both like, nope, we're done. And they go and they hide.
Camera shy. That's cute.
Only the youngster likes to have his photo taken. But
busy licking up the lens.
Well, the funny thing is, like, if I pull out any of the handguns or the rifles or anything, he's extra curious. He wants to sniff everything.
Well, you've already trained them with the firearms, right?
Yeah. From the moment they're puppies, they start going to the gun range with me.
Okay.
And we start to do. John left. Welcome back, John.
NSA Pop. Yeah, I was just talking for like 2 minutes straight and didn't realize I was logged off. Anyway, I was saying it's very. I don't know if you had finished saying what I was saying, but for someone who doesn't understand, that may be listening, you have to take your dogs when you have dogs. If you want to take them to get them used to firearms, you should be taking them to the range with you to start getting them trained with the sale.
Yeah, you want them to associate gunfire with positive things.
Right. So this way later on, if you decide to bring them into whatever kind of training you're doing and incorporate them into that, they'll work that into the training as well naturally because they're used to it already.
Well, if you're gonna, so I mean, there's different theories because it depends on what kind of work your dog does.
Right.
I train all of my dogs for personal defense, and so when they're young, I make sure that they associate gunfire with food. Everything about gunfire is positive. We start off by making them associate gunfire with food, then food becomes toys, and eventually toys leads to some other type of play activity.
Which turns into everyday activity, and
yeah,
they don't have to think about it twice.
Well, that way, if there's ever a situation, and like in my case, if somebody were to try to break into the property, before I'm able to respond, my dogs are going to respond.
Right.
And a dog that's not used to gunfire and not used to the smells and things that are associated with gunfire, as well as the noise, will more often than not turn tail and run when they hear gunfire.
Right.
So in the case of dogs that have been conditioned for it, gun goes off and they're not phased.
Right, but they're also more attentive.
Yes.
To what's going on around them, to their surroundings.
And they're a lot more keen on, what things mean. Like if I put a great example is I'll put a rifle on the floor in my house. And if at any point that rifle is aimed in their direction, they move out of the way. Just instinctively. If they see that you're cleaning a gun or you set a gun down, they know that for whatever innate reason they've learned that to stay out of that thing's pathway. They figured out which end I'm on and they want to be on the same end I'm on.
Exactly. And you could almost compare it to when someone's going out hunting. Just that one little step you take, that one sound, whatever you're hunting, whether it's bear or deer, pick up, and once they pick that up, they're gone.
Yeah. So, no, they're pretty good, but it's I've been using bully breeds for protection dogs for years, and they're good partners for it. And one of the things I love about them is that they seem to have a natural instinct for when to turn on and turn off.
Right.
So it's real easy to get them to go from, hey, we just went out to the training field and, he attacked me with the bite suit and we did all these exercises. And then he comes home and he will sit down with my brother's twins. And the twins will lay there on the floor and pull on his ears and pet him, and he could care less.
I enjoy watching the videos of people training their new dogs that they're training because they're babies and it's just so cute to watch.
Oh, yeah.
My favorite video is the one of the trainer puts the dog between this guy's legs and this guy's sitting down.
Mm-hmm.
And every move he makes, the dog Damn it. I put the link on the side chat. That's my favorite video.
Let's see.
I'm sure you've seen this one before.
Oh, that guy's using a Malinois.
Yeah. Those are perfect dogs for that.
I used to work with a guy who did French Ring. That's what he worked with.
Right.
All he worked with was the Belgian Malinois.
I know a couple of people who do the training, and the Malinois are the number one dog they use for self-defense.
Yeah. Well, they're the top pick for law enforcement and stuff for years. Great dogs, high drive.
Super smart and super reliable. Look at that. In a heartbeat, the dog moved.
Let's see.
I think Iraq Veteran 8888 had a trainer on his in one of his videos do the same kind of training, and he had the Malinois as well.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I think he has 2 Malinois.
Yeah. And the guy on the video with him that he was training the dog for, it was a baby Malinois.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly. Awesome dogs.
Yeah, years ago, I had a chance to work with Michael Ellis.
Right.
Who's he's big into the working with the Malinois and the French Ring circuit.
Okay.
And yeah, it was after getting to meet him and getting to pick his brain for a bit that I decided to stick to bully breeds.
Makes sense.
Just yeah, for the type of work that I need my dogs to do and for the temperament I need, they're a bit easier going.
Right, because some agencies that use even a simple dog as German Shepherds, they're a little more high strung. They're not as easygoing. That's why they tell people who are around them who want to pet the dog is like, don't touch.
Well, Shepherds in general, at least from my own experience and from talking with people who work and specialize with the Shepherds, they often say that it's harder to get a Shepherd to have 2 personalities.
Right, they're usually on duty, not off duty as much.
Yeah, which is something that I found that with American Bulldogs and Pit Bulls, I've always been able to develop a 2-stage with them.
Really? Even the
yeah,
Pit Bull?
like yeah. I mean, I got an American Bulldog right now who's got his head buried on top of my feet sleeping. And when me and him go out, if depending on what commands that he's been given, he'll walk like a normal dog, 5 feet in front of me or 5 feet to my side, and just be like a regular dog. But if he's told it's time to work, his personality flips. And he'll heel at my hip and won't move from there. And everything about his personality changes. And it's at that time that I have to tell people who want to approach him, now's not a good time.
Well, better for you to tell them than the dog.
Yeah. But at the same time, I can also, if we go somewhere, I have the ability with him that I can go, okay, we're not in a working mode right now, so I need you to mellow out. And he'll mellow out and go lounge in the grass, and kids and whoever can go up and pet him and he's fine. But at the same time, he doesn't have anywhere near the working drive that a shepherd has.
Well,
So
that's not a bad thing, because when you tell him it's work time, he knows to work.
yeah, but again, it's differences in the dogs. For example, a bully breed with a split personality like that is never going to work as hard as a shepherd.
Right, because they need their downtime as well.
Yeah, whereas the shepherd, they tend to get stressed out when they're not worked.
Because they're not doing anything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a lot. You have to be a lot more engaged to help keep them mentally healthy
And active.
Yep. Whereas I've always found in my experience, and again, I can only speak from my experience, that with the bully breeds I've raised, I can put them out and be like, all right, well, for a good example is like today, I've been trapped inside most of my day doing computer work.
Right.
I can say, all right, we're not doing anything today. And they'll lounge around and be bums all day and be perfectly happy.
Right, because mentally they know they don't have to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, mentally right now, my younger one who still travels with me, he's more or less glued to me, so he doesn't get up and move around unless I go somewhere. And the older two, they could honestly care less. They're more or less just waiting around. They're waiting for dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure if I walk into my kitchen right now, yeah, he's literally asleep in front of the fridge.
He doesn't want any surprises. He wants to be ready.
Yeah, well, he's like, I saw you come home with those chickens, Dad.
And I know you got to go to the fridge for something.
So, man, I find that for the type of work I do, it works out better. But at the same time, you're never going to ask a bully breed dog to run somebody down.
Right.
They're
just
just
protect you. That's all you need.
yeah.
But a shepherd, they'll go all the way out.
Oddly enough, though, usually, especially with the bullies, they're generally intimidating enough. Enough people are afraid of them on their own.
Right.
That people keep a pretty big space away from them. And I mostly train them to take care of my wife. So it's always good to know that when she goes out, she's got these three with her. Nobody's gonna... no one's causing her any grief. I'm trying to find a video right now, actually. There's a video of like a 4-year-old girl giving the commands to a German Shepherd.
You're talking about the video with the girl at the show? Or is it just somebody in their backyard doing it?
No, somebody who they're with a trainer, but they're not at a show or anything.
Right.
I think it was from like 2012 or 2013. Here we go. Drop it in the link.
This is my favorite one.
There you go. I dropped it in the chat for you.
Yeah. This is my favorite picture.
Let me see here. That's a good looking picture.
You can't love that face. There's something wrong with you.
Yeah, he is so happy to get that ball.
Yeah. Let me check out that link. You put it on the site chat or in the gun channels?
It should be in the chat.
Okay, I see it. Holy cow! How old is she?
She's like 4 years old.
Oh, she's got a baby also with her.
Mm-hmm.
The baby's bigger than she is. That's amazing. They're so cute when they're brand new. How old is that dog? That dog can only be what, like a year and a half, maybe?
Oh yeah, that dog's a youngster. I'm not exactly sure of
Yeah.
exactly how old he is.
Look at that skin. Yeah, it's definitely young.
Yeah, no, I just
Oh, he's
what
not
I,
letting go.
yeah, what I've loved about that though is
Look at that. She just grabs his collar and that's it.
yep. Yeah, he's maybe somewhere between 7 months to a year.
Oh, okay. I would have given him at least a year and a half, but you probably know more about it than I do.
I'm
Look
just
at
given I'm given the way in which the trainer's handling his arm
Right?
that he's probably dealing with a younger pup because he didn't bother to cane him.
Okay.
Normally, when they're older, you don't abandon that cane. You normally work them with the cane. But yeah, no. That dog does exactly his job. He's right on that arm, not letting go.
Now, what kind of thing do they use on the arm cover? Is that like a fire hose? Like a special kind of fire hose material?
So they make all kinds of different ones. Normally, what we use is a lot of us use burlap.
Okay. That is some
So that
thick
way,
burlap.
well, yeah, you do lots and lots and layers of it, and they sew it into a slide-on pad. So that way, the dog's teeth can sink into it.
Right.
Fire hose is typically what's the word I'm looking for? Fire hose, a lot of times their teeth can't sink in.
Okay.
And so it'll cause them to slide off, or worse yet, you'll get a thread that'll hook into their teeth.
Ooh, ouch.
Yeah. So you want a material that the dog can actually latch onto and feel accomplished about getting a bite on.
Right. And that's part of the training too.
Yep. And as they get older, you'll switch over to materials that are harder and harder for them to get a good grip.
Well, you're waiting for their teeth to get stronger and grow in, right?
Oh, well, you're waiting for teeth to grow in, but you're also building confidence.
Right.
If you make it too difficult for them,
They'll give up.
Yeah, they give up and they start to. And then when you're dealing with a pup, the worst thing you can do is destroy the pup's confidence.
Right.
Yeah, when I was younger, I used to do the Schutzen trials.
What's that?
It's another dog sport that comes out of Germany.
Okay.
Where they work with the attack dogs and everything. And most of the Schutzen trainers that I've met in my life, and I'm probably mispronouncing that, but most of those trainers that I've met will usually tell people, bring us your dog when your dog is no older than 9 months. And they make a character judgment of the dog. And if the dog doesn't pass their character judgment, a lot of times they won't work with the dog.
Like, they don't want it to be set in its ways already. They want to be able to train it.
Well, it's not just about that. I mean, like, for example, when I picked up my last bulldog, he was one of 5 dogs that I had the opportunity to take. I picked him because his attitude towards what was going on around him, he was completely neutral. Okay. He was not interested and he was not afraid. So he's perfect for the type of work that I have in mind.
Okay.
Every dog that when I walked out there and I had a clatter stick that I clattered against the side of my leg.
Right.
Every dog that ran towards it, that's a good sign if I'm looking for a dog that's going to have a whole lot of drive because they're curious and they're coming towards an aggressive sound. But that's going to be more drive than I want in the dog I need. Every dog that ran away from the sound, that dog is probably going to be a really good family pet, but that dog is not going to be the dog that I want to start doing aggressive training with, because that dog's going to do it out of fear.
And then you don't know what's going to happen, so you don't want to take that risk, right?
Yeah, you never want to train your dogs out of fear.
Okay.
Because if you train them out of fear, then anytime they're afraid, they're going to react. And the idea is to make it so that your dog reacts when you want them to, not when they're afraid.
Makes sense.
It's the reason why you don't hear too often about trained dogs actually biting people when they're not supposed to.
Right.
It's because most trained dogs won't bite unless the right set of circumstances have occurred. Whereas if you can have what appears to be the nicest dog in the world, but if that dog is afraid, that dog's going to lash out the only way it instinctively knows how.
And then at that point, you don't know who he's going to lash out at.
Exactly.
Okay. Makes sense. I'd like to be able to take that training someday if possible, but if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It'd be cool to do it though.
Oh yeah. And there's so many different varieties out there. I always tell people, if you're going to get into the dog trainings and stuff, really take the time to decide what you want out of your dog. Because I'd say for most people who think they want a trained dog, when they get down and they really think about what they want out of their dog, they don't want to do attack training.
Well, that also depends on what they're looking for.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. But that's why it's always heavily encouraged for the dog owners who do the training to take deep looks at what they want. Because one thing about when you teach a dog and you raise up a guard dog and everything is your training has to become part of your life.
Right.
From one of the industries that I used to work in, we used to get people all the time who it was like, you don't want to do that type of training. That's really, because in 6 months to a year from now, you're going to lose all interest in this.
And then what do you do with the dog, right?
Exactly. And then you're going to have this dog who needs this extra care, who needs to be who you've developed these habits in, and these habits are no longer going to be fun for you.
And then the dog pays for it basically in the end.
Yeah. So we used to have to spend a lot of time, trying to make sure that people understood what they were getting into if it was their first time.
Right. That's how you know that's a good place to go to for training, because they try to talk you out of it first, basically. Because they want you to understand what are you getting yourself into, but not just yourself, what are you getting the dog into?
Oh yeah. I know. And like there's a reason that a lot of times military dogs and police dogs don't do well when they change owners.
Right.
Regardless of the breed of dog, if you go into a type of environment where that dog goes through high lows of stress, that dog's bond with you it's the next level of bond a dog can have. This is why some hunting dogs develop that kind of bond when they have with their owners, is because there's that high-low stress development that they go through. And if something happens to the owner, or if the owner walks away from that dog, it's hard on them. It crushes them bad. You'd be amazed at how often, almost to a pattern, it seems that dogs die within a year to 2 years after no longer having their handler.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
That's awful.
It's incredible how fast it happens, and they can't find any. We've yet to find a medical reason why it happens.
Well, it's stress.
But I'm saying there've been lots of vets and people who have looked into it, and they can't find like just a normal medical reason, because they first started to notice the pattern with military dogs,
Right.
and how many of the dogs would die relatively soon after being decommissioned. And then, of course, they noticed it with that. And then they started looking at law enforcement dogs. And then some people who are from the competitive dog training world started to mention, hey, you know, so-and-so passed away, and like 2 of his dogs passed a year after he did. And those dogs were way too young to just pass like that.
That's heartbreaking.
Yeah. So there's, like I said, we tell people there's a lot that goes into it when they get that deep with their dog.
So they need to be committed.
Yeah.
That's rough.
I mean, I made a mistake with my oldest dog. My oldest dog is bonded with me. He's not really bonded with my wife. So
You're
for
not
like the last so for the last several months while I was in California, while my wife was away and she had the dogs with her, yeah, it was incredibly hard. At one point, he would not eat unless my wife got me on the phone on speakerphone.
Yep, that's a bond.
So, you know, it can be hard on him. Now, luckily, my other dogs I got after I got married. So I was able to incorporate my wife into the training and bonding with them.
No, so that's why they're so spoiled and lazy. I'm kidding.
They're spoiled and lazy until they see the kennels go in the back of the truck.
Yeah.
Then it becomes, Dad, what are we going to go do?
We're not getting in the truck, are we?
Well, it's funny if they usually if they see me load the kennels in the back of the truck, they'll all line up on the porch and wait for their gear to go on, because they know that means we're going out for a good time.
Yippee!
Same thing happens with the rifle cases most of the time. They look heartbroken if they see a rifle case go in the truck and they don't come with me.
Well, we can't have that because we don't want them to get stressed.
They're like, Dad, what do you mean? You put guns in the car? That means we're all going to go work, right?
Hey,
No,
Dad,
son,
that's my gun. I got to go with it.
Most indoor ranges do not allow the dogs.
But some do.
No, not that well, that's not true. I've found one indoor range that'll let the dogs come in
What?
strictly, but they have like certain hours that they'll do it.
Oh, okay.
And in reality, an indoor range is not where you want to take your dog anyway, because the echo.
Yeah.
Uh,
That I don't even own a dog, and I wouldn't even recommend an indoor range for a dog.
I do know a couple officers who will take their dogs with them for the indoor ranges, just because the type of environment they figure they're going to find themselves in.
Right.
But yeah, so if I'm heading off to an indoor range, my boys get left behind.
Oh, what a mean daddy.
Yeah. It's okay. I know after I leave, their mother will bribe them with liver.
Well, as long as they don't chew up your gun cases when they see that you're not taking them.
No. Actually, I think I've only had, matter of fact, it's the youngest one who's asleep next to me right now. He's the only one who's ever gotten in trouble for destroying anything. That was the great. No, that was the great beating of Adidas.
Oh boy.
He chewed up a pair of my wife's Adidas.
Yeah, but you're talking about Adidas. That was like a few days ago, right?
Oh, that was like, I think he was maybe 7 months old. And he had never chewed on anything in the house, and everything was going smoothly. And one morning I got up and I looked down, and he had chewed up one of her Adidas shoes.
That's what you get when you buy Adidas.
Yeah, that's a mistake he only made once.
Yeah. Now your wife knows never to ever buy Adidas.
Are you kidding me? I had to buy her 3 pairs just to make her shut up about it.
Ay. That was some time ago, though. Adidas, wow. I don't hear about those anymore, unless someone's paying $200 a pair.
Yeah, that was some time ago.
Yeah. I didn't want to fully date you, back to the Adidas, but you're like,
well, now that I'm thinking about it, and I'm looking at him, and I'm going, man, I keep calling you a pup, but you are not a pup anymore. Matter of fact, you only got like another 2 years before I retire you. Oh dear.
and then you got to get a new brother or sister, right?
Yep.
Now
That'll be about time.
you prefer males or females when it comes to
I only keep males in my house.
Okay.
And that's not really a preference other than the fact that my first dog was a male.
Right.
And I don't fix my boys.
Is there a difference?
Well, if I don't fix them, then I have a problem.
Well, I'm saying, is there a difference in whether you go with a male version or a female version?
No.
Okay, so it's a preference.
Yeah, performance-wise, it shouldn't be a problem. It's just that since my first boy was a male, obviously boy.
Until you knew.
When I don't fix them. None of my boys are fixed.
Right.
So I didn't want to bring a female into the house because then I'd have had puppies.
And what's wrong with puppies?
I am not a breeder.
I love puppies.
Yeah, I've allowed one of my dogs to stud before, but I am not a breeder.
I can sort the cards while taking care of the puppies,
No, that's a level of commitment to breeding good dogs that I just do not have the time or effort for.
And that's why you need somebody to sort your cards and take care of the puppy. Wink, wink.
Trust me, if I had that kind of money.
I know. I wouldn't be the first person you called. I know.
No, I mean, if I had that kind of money, I would. There are so many different causes that I've wanted to be a part of, and the American Bulldogs is one of those causes.
Right.
I mean, John's gone.
Damn it, Hillary! Stop messing up with my internet.
It's because you're in New York and you're on a gun website.
Yeah. Freaking bad.
No more than 10 rounds, no more than 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it's been every 10 minutes or so, right? 7 rounds, you mean?
Are you guys down to 7?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
I was, I've been dealing with California's bullshit 10. I haven't even had time to really think about it.
Yeah, New York City, it's 7.
So basically, if you live in New York, you might as well have a revolver.
Pretty much. What's the point of pinning those all those 30s for only 10 or 7, right?
Yeah, well, what's the point of owning a Glock?
Well, it's a super mini 42. That's the newest Glock that's coming out. New York City compliant.
Oh, the 42 is a little 380. That's not bad.
Yeah.
My wife's got one of those.
Yeah, but you'll only be allowed to have 3 rounds in it at any given time because the mag will only hold 3 rounds. That's why it's called the super mini Glock.
Oh, Jesus.
No, I'm kidding. I'm
like, really? Why on earth would they do that?
I wouldn't be surprised if they went that way, but I'm just saying it's. Yeah.
Actually, that the 42 is not a bad choice. It only holds 6 rounds anyway.
Right.
So
3 more rounds than New York City wants you to have.
talking about that's 6 more rounds than New York City wants you to have.
Yeah, eventually, probably. You heard about since you're Californian or ex-Californian, you probably know about the law I mentioned in the chat yesterday. I don't know if you were here. Yeah, you were here. So I put it into the chat site because I couldn't log on to the Gun Channel's website. So I put it on the YouTube. The Cali Bill 4, I believe it was the Senate Bill 497. That's talking. Late last night they put it in, obviously, because they didn't want anybody to be aware of it, like the dirty liberals they are.
Yeah, weekend bills.
Yeah, to stop you from trading or buying any firearms more than 1 per month.
Oh yeah, they've already done that to the handguns.
Right.
So now they're trying to do that to everything else.
Everything.
Yeah.
So that was pretty messed up.
Yeah, no, when I had first gone back to California, I had issues because I had to buy magazines for all my guns.
Right.
And it was I had to make sure that I didn't bring any illegal magazines into the state, and then I had to buy all new magazines when I got to the state.
So what do you do with the ones now you can't use while you're in the state that you had prior to the bill? You just keep them in an old shoebox, find somebody that wants to buy them?
Well, if you were like in my case where I was coming from outside of California into California,
Right.
I had to make sure those magazines never went inside the state.
Right.
So those stayed in a shoebox at an undisclosed location, but definitely not inside the state.
Right. So what does someone do when that bill passes with the magazines that they have now?
Well,
from five rounds to 2 rounds. What do they do with the 5-round magazines?
In the 90s, they had a grandfather clause.
Right, but they don't do that anymore.
Yeah, but with the new way, you either have to destroy them, or you can turn them into the police, or you can sell them outside the state.
Okay.
But don't get caught with one.
That's just screwed up because it's stuff you've already put money invested into, and that's sad.
Oh yeah, I mean now I basically have all of my. I have a shelf in my safe, and it's labeled my California shelf.
You should relabel it your sad shelf.
And it's basically there for when I go to visit my mother, because my mother moved to California.
Oh, that poor thing.
So whenever I go to visit her, I have to make sure that I swap out magazines so that I'm carrying California compliant when I go across the state.
Peekaboo. Again. So why did you let her move to California?
That's her choice, and I'm smart enough to know not to argue with her.
Is it because she's the mother-in-law? Yeah.
No, she's my mother.
The mother-in-law. Now that she's in another country.
Oh. Yeah. So, my mom's not a huge gun person. She's not anti-gun, but she's not necessarily out there trying to help out.
Right.
Matter of fact, if it wasn't for me, my mom wouldn't own a gun.
Okay. And now that she's lives in California, she doesn't need one anyway, because that's the way they're going as it is.
That's what they're trying.
Yep. Sad. She brought it on herself. No, I'm kidding.
Nah. No, she'll do okay. I mean, if worst case scenario, she has attack cats. My mother has probably the cutest and scariest little 1.5 pound cat on the planet. You walk around her house and all of a sudden the back of your ankles have something scratching at them.
So even the cats are smart enough to know they don't want to be there.
Yeah. Let's see what's going on. I haven't checked on the news in a little bit. Did you see anything about what was going on earlier with over in Britain?
Yeah, I saw something happen again. Yeah. It's just not worth talking about it anymore because I don't know if you watch Sargon of Akkad. He's a YouTube channel, Sargon of Akkad.
I know him, yeah.
Yeah, so he had a video just now talking about not him. I'm sorry, it was someone else. Anyway, it might have been Louder with Crowder. They were talking about how now teachers in liberal communist cities and states want
have the children writing letters
to the terrorists. What the F? Seriously? They are really trying to make these kids' brains mush.
Yeah, that was Louder with Crowder who had that.
My jaw was dropped the whole time. For the 30-second video, my jaw dropped. I just couldn't believe what I was hearing. Liberals love sympathizing with murderers.
Yeah, that's too much.
And worst of all, they're brainwashing 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. It's not like it's a high school thing. They're putting this into the
elementary school kids.
Yeah, the primary ages, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
It's like you want to laugh at it because it's so funny, but at the same time, it's extremely disturbing.
Yeah. That's just not right. And I've been very lucky thus far that all of my nieces and nephews, the younger ones who've been going to school, have all had teachers who kept their politics to themselves. Because I'm not sure how my siblings would react if their kids came home spouting nonsense.
Well, they just the same as they're supposed to be separating church and state in the schools, they should be separating their own personal political agendas from that and the state as well, which is the schools. But they don't. When it's liberals, it's okay for them to spew their hate and all their nonsense in with everything that they're supposed to be kept separated. It's really backwards these days.
Wasn't it a science teacher at Evergreen College or whatever? They just got done trying to get fired because he didn't want to have politics or something.
Where was this?
Oh, no, I think he was a science teacher. The teacher at Evergreen College who said that a day of mandated absence for white students wasn't a proper event. You know, telling students that they have to not come to school for a school they paid to come to because they're white. He disagreed with it, and he put an article or an email or some nonsense saying that he disagreed with it. And all these students came and cornered him and screamed at him, and they're yelling at him.
A bunch of terrorists themselves. Yeah.
Yeah. And then they had these, and then they post all these videos of them belittling the, what do you call, not principal, what do you call him, dean?
Right.
Is that what you call, yeah. They're just belittling the dean, and the dean just stands there and takes it.
Yeah, Evergreen State faculty demand punishment of white professor who refused to leave on anti-white day.
Hey, dog body.
Hey, what's up?
Did you see that guy was on Joe Rogan podcast? Did you see that?
You know, I caught part of it while I was at work, and then I lost reception.
Yeah, it's really good. So go
I was
to
like,
the Joe Rogan podcast. He's on there, and he breaks the whole thing down.
it was like 3 or 4 days ago, right?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
I think it was probably like 2 hours long. He talked.
That college has been shut down for the past 2 days because of threats of people bringing guns there and doing shit.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's insane.
I'll post the link of the article I'm reading on the side chat.
I mean, honestly, if you were a parent sending your kid there, I'd pull my money right out.
In a heartbeat.
Thing is, I think that's one of the. At least they used to actually allow firearms on campus, sir.
At Evergreen?
Yep.
Not anymore, though, right?
Well, they may still. They closed it down because somebody was making threats or something. I don't know. It's in my state, but I really didn't pay much attention.
Yeah, they're all ticked off, screaming that their super liberal teacher, actually their super kind of left teacher, is somehow now a racist and a bigot. Interesting.
Just like communists.
That's just sad. And see this right here. This is where maybe I can't. Maybe I got to look at my 19-year-old nephew and go, "Hey, $100 on a phone game. I guess that was better than going to college."
Okay, there's a positive spin.
I mean, he's getting ready to go to college, and I'm terrified that he's going to go and be surrounded by these people, and he's going to come back to the family brainwashed.
Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Yeah, that's just messed up, this whole thing.
Whatever happened to, I guess the saying's true. The prisoners are in charge of the asylum.
And the asylums these days are pretty mental.
Yeah. Well, they'll either figure it out eventually, or a new system will take its place. I mean, heck, maybe this is a good sign. Maybe this means trade schools will come back.
Oh, that would be awesome. I'd love to be able to go back to the trade school. Yeah, even at my age, I'd love to be able to go back to the trade school.
I was talking to a guy who was out from, I think he said, I can't remember what city, but he was from Utah. He does refrigeration repair.
Okay.
And he says that they just got done closing like 2 of the trade schools that teach that up in their state. Yet the refrigeration repair business is so backed up with so much work that a lot of the customers are now resorting to just buying new units because they can't get enough people to do the work.
That's sad.
Well, that's what they want you to do. It benefits the seller and the retailer for you to throw it away and buy a new one.
Then they can make it cheaper and charge you more money for it.
Well, yeah, like Best Buy doesn't want you to fix your TV. They want you to throw it away and go back into Best Buy and buy a new one.
But make sure you buy that warranty that doesn't cover anything.
No,
it'll expire before anything does happen.
Yeah, that is kind of funny how every time you go into Best Buy to use their computer repair service, somehow, no matter what they tell you, you need to buy a new computer.
And this is strange to you?
I guess it's because I was born at a weird time that I've lived through this cultural shift in this country.
Well, right now, things are not culturally shifting, they're culturally shitting.
Well, no, but it's like I because of where I was born, I lived in that point with the generation. I was raised by that generation that saved and fixed and did all those things.
Yeah, same
was
here.
was a young adult / teenager through the transition where everything was kind of in between, and now I'm an adult in the worst part of it.
Listen, I can't tell you how many times I had to hit my damn TV for it to get it to start working, but it worked.
We changed channels with a pair of pliers.
Or a swift kick of your Adidas. You remember the old set-top boxes?
Yep.
Like Too Hottie said, that's what they want. Toss out something that is perfectly fine, that can be repaired in 5 minutes, or buy something new.
Well, thank God they haven't done that to guns yet.
No. Don't put it past them, though.
Is it Al or AI?
What's up, Al? I think he might be muted or turning up his sound.
You're exactly right. I had my mixer muted.
What's going on, Al?
Not a whole lot. What's up?
Not
Solving
much.
all the problems of the world, I see.
Pretty much.
Just trying to work it out.
Ouch. Those knuckles?
Wrist and neck.
Ouch. Ooh, they sound like that? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, you do enough damage to parts of your body, everything starts to sound like that.
Yeah. Doesn't help the arthritis, though. I'll tell you that.
Sometimes it can't be helped. That's actually just from me moving.
Ouch. Maybe you shouldn't move so much.
Man, I wish I could afford going to the chiropractor all the time like I used to. That was really nice.
Al,
I felt better.
Al, there's the term happy ending in it, it's not called a chiropractor.
Yeah, well, whatever.
I agree. No, chiropractors are miracle workers. They can do all that without giving me a pill or taking a knife to my back. I like them.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd tell you one thing though, which I thought was kind of weird, and this didn't have anything to do with why I was going, but my allergies went away.
That's pretty cool. All right. I'll be around, guys, but I'm going to put myself on mute. I got to start getting dinner ready.
All right. Catch you later. So how's your weekend going, Al?
busy as usual.
Yeah. Anything exciting?
Nah. I heard you talking about the Best Buy and
Right.
throwaway appliances and all that kind of stuff. There's not a whole lot of stuff you work on anymore. For example, you take a TV, there's really only about 3 components in it: the main board, the power, and the flat screen.
Right. We just mentioned that because of the fact that they were that there are more technical schools that are shutting down, even though the need for the repair or the repairing of those items is going up. There's a big backlog of it, as Too Hottie and Dog Buddy had mentioned.
You take a board that's got a few thousand surface-mounted components. That's not easy to troubleshoot. I did get a new computer off a extended warranty from Best Buy one time, though. This was several years ago. Only time I ever bought extended warranty. And,
Did you ever get a chance to use it?
yeah. We were just shy of, we were probably within maybe 4 or 5 months of the end of the extended warranty. And it started acting flaky. And I started doing some troubleshooting and diagnosis and ran a memory scanner on it. And it was showing that possibly one of the SIMs was bad. Or DIMM, I don't remember. I don't even remember the proper terminology of the day. Anyway, one of the memory cards was bad. And so, yeah.
You just had you told me you had a warranty that you actually got to use. You just became my hero.
I did. I tell you, it cost me $127, which was a lot, but I was writing software and making money at the time, so I didn't care. So it's like I told my wife at the time, I said, something's going to happen to this in 3 years. What I don't even remember the term of the warranty. But, and I don't know if they still do, but they had, in the warranty had a lemon clause in it. So, which basically meant if the same thing broke, or no, if it had to be serviced 3 times, they replaced it. So it turns out, that particular model, there was a bad batch of CD ROMs, CD drives. So it went out the first time, and they sent somebody over to replace it. And about a month later, that one went out, apparently from the same batch of drives. And then probably about a year later is when I started suspecting it had some bad memory in it, or some memory that had gone bad. So I loaded it up, and I mean, the CPU, monitor, keyboard, mouse, the whole 9 yards. And I drove over to Best Buy. It's about 30 miles from here. And a shopping cart, and told him what I suspected, and he said, yeah, we can check the memory. And he pulled the memory, And he said, yeah, this one's bad. I said, well, this is the third repair, and this extended warranty has a lemon clause. And he says, let me look at that. And he looks at it, and he goes, you're exactly right. You have your repair tickets? I said, yep, got everything right here. He says, I'll be right back. And he come back, wasn't gone a couple of minutes, come back. He circled the total amount on my receipt and said, go pick something out. And so I wound up getting a huge upgrade plus a bigger monitor and money left over. And so, I mean, you know, $127 after 2 years for an upgraded computer, I'll do that. I don't know if I'd do it now, but it's the only time I ever used one.
See how I messed that up? It took the customer, it took it to go through the customer to figure out what the hell was wrong after 3 times. That's messed up.
Well, I mean, I happen to be savvy enough to, you know, diagnose it myself, but it would have, and you know, it may not have died. I don't know. If you ever experienced a PC with memory going bad, it starts doing really weird stuff.
I have many times when I was learning about computers.
When a power supply starts going out, and it hadn't really gone out, you got some low power here and there, and it starts doing weird stuff then too. But that was always my first fix, was a power supply. But I checked the power supply and it was fine. Got lucky.
Well, thanks to you, you got lucky. Not thanks to them, though.
I will say this about extended warranties on cars. Biggest scam in the market.
Well, that also depends if you buy it from a third party or if you buy it directly from the dealer.
Well, a lot of dealers sell third party extended warranties. The only reason I know that is I wrote the software for out east of here.
The Honda dealership I bought my warranty from.
I did the finance and insurance part of it. Do what?
The Honda dealership I purchased the warranty from. I go directly to Honda. I don't go anywhere else. Yeah. I drive directly to the place I bought my car.
Well,
and the warranty covers everything. Whenever I go to that dealership, everything is covered at that dealership. I don't have to wait for parts. I don't have to wait for anything. Everything is right there. So I know they gave me their warranty, not some third party.
This was several years ago, like 10, 15 years ago. Oh yeah, the dealership did the work. You know, I mean, everything went through the dealership, but the warranty itself, sort of like an insurance company, if you will,
right?
That the dealer contracted with. It was not GMAC. It was not a GMAC warranty. But what we found was that a lot of those companies will only stay in business for a couple of years.
Well, that's not good.
And when they go out of business, you're just screwed.
Yeah.
You know, your money is gone. And if it's part of your payment, you pay for it for the life of the car. And how it's financed.
Right.
You know, but I know on our contracts at the time it was part of the financing. So
that's messed up.
Somebody financed a car for 4 or 5 years, and their warranty company went out of business, filed bankruptcy, whatever.
The shit out of luck.
That's not the dealer's problem. The dealer's problem is you signed the contract to pay X amount per month, you know.
So you're still paying on service you can't even get, basically.
Right.
Talk about getting screwed.
But it was a hassle. I didn't like dealing with it.
Well, thank God.
I didn't have to deal with it that much, but you know, if the dealer's got a new extended warranty company, or I had to keep all the software for the new contracts up to date, and of course we had to, you know, print out the contracts was the biggest headache.
Right. Well, thank God so far, whatever issues I have had, I went back to my dealership. I've gone back to my dealership, and a day or two later, I get my car back. No questions asked. No money has to be exchanged, and I'm happy. So, for now, I can't tell you what's going to be in a year or two from now, but that's the way it is now. What's the longest contract you've written as far as warranty goes? 3 years, 5 years, 7 years?
I didn't really write the contract. In other words, I didn't work at the dealership. I maintained their finance and insurance software.
Okay. So what's some of the length of years on contracts you've seen?
Oh, just whatever finance company agrees to. You know, I don't remember, you know, what their terms were or anything, and that's all programmable.
Right.
Basically, the call and say, hey, we got this new GMAC, or we also did Chrysler dealerships, or we got this new Chrysler contract.
Right.
We need to put it in our system.
And that's where you came in to write it up?
Well, the software is already written. What you do is the financing part of it is written.
Right.
Basically, you would just copy one contract to a new contract and change up a few things, and because we had tractor feed forms back then. You know, we had to make sure the thing lined up. You know, it was tractor fed, multi copy. So it was kind of a pain in the ass. You had to get, you know, when you printed it, and we used dot matrix printers back then. So when you printed it, you had to make sure it lined up with the forms and all that stuff.
Yeah, I remember the dot matrix ones.
Yeah.
Very noisy and very long to print.
And it became a little bit of a challenge because we had to have printers that we could send raw data to, because you have to be able to old codes to change font sizes and that kind of good stuff. We were printing from on a Unix system,
right?
From COBOL, so it was a little bit tricky, and they got kind of hard to find. You know, before I left the place, it was beginning to be a little bit of a challenge to find a printer that would handle tractor feed forms like that. It was fun for a while. I don't miss it. I'd say it's more fun doing it as a hobby than it was doing it from 8 to 5 every day.
I have someone I used to do volunteer work with. He used to work for the old power company here in New York State. It doesn't exist anymore because they changed the names 10,000 times since then. But he always talked to me about how they used to do the work and how much more difficult it was. And when you were on 24-hour call, you were literally on 24-hour call back in those days, whenever issues arose.
Well, in my career, I got kind of lucky because the places I worked were kind of small, and And the other thing is, I didn't work any place that conducted business 24 hours a day. So even though I was on call on all my jobs, I very seldom had to go out at night. Maybe 3 or 4 times the whole time I was doing it. But I know a lot of people have to do that.
Yeah.
Biggest pain was we had a branch office in a town that had General Telephone.
Right.
And lightning struck their central office, and for whatever reason, I don't know if it's because their protection wasn't good enough or whether it was, just a freak occurrence or whatever, but that pulse went out over the phone lines. And the communications between the branch bank and the data center. Which means that the branch bank had no way to, they didn't have any terminals. We were, all the terminals back then were dumb terminals. They were just serial terminals. But if you don't have communication with the mainframe, you're just pretty much screwed. So it happened on a Thursday night, I believe. And on a Friday, of all places, in the bank, they had no computers all day long.
Holy cow.
They were literally doing transactions both in the lobby, the loan department, everybody. A drive-through, we're doing paper transactions.
I'll talk about the good old days.
Yeah, they had to courier that stuff to the data center.
As somebody who worked in banks, that's a nightmare.
Yeah. I mean, it was probably one of my funnest jobs because it was, small town, locally owned bank. They had at the time, half a dozen branches in our county and a couple of counties over. And we didn't have a whole lot of problem except with our wide area network because, phone lines break. So I watched, back to guns, I watched an interesting video a little while ago. He was talking about finger position on the trigger and how, they'll say, well, too little finger causes this, too much causes that. Put it right in the middle of the pad on your last finger. And he was basically calling BS on that. And what he was saying was, if you have the proper grip and you have the proper trigger pull, it shouldn't matter where your finger is on the trigger. And so he took a target, he put 3 pieces of orange target tape on it, like 3/4 by 3/4. And he shot 6 rounds at each square positions, and all 3 patterns were identical. So I thought that was interesting.
Are we talking a handgun?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I should have qualified that.
Well, I think I would agree with that. I've never found my finger position, so long as my grip is good on my handgun, to affect my accuracy that much when we're talking handgun distances. Only time I'm real particular about my fingers is if we're doing range work with one of my rifles.
Yeah. Yeah, he's an instructor and a trainer, and from what I could gather, he works in law enforcement. And that's some pretty interesting videos. Including one that he pretty much says, "That's right, I just told you to jerk the trigger." You know, yeah, that slow squeeze is okay if you're, you know, in the Olympics or something, or you know, trying to put 6 shots through a half-inch hole. But if you're in a combat situation or self-defense, whatever, yeah, fist-sized group, there ain't nothing wrong with that.
Do you remember who made the video?
Let me think.
Sheriff of Baghdad?
No.
Shrek?
No.
Because that's what he teaches. If you have your proper grip and proper stance, he says you can slap the trigger. You should be able to do all that and not affect your shot at all.
Clear history. Well, and I think what he was basically getting at is, don't think about it. Pull the trigger, squeeze the trigger, jerk the trigger, whatever you want to call it. You know, the faster that process is, of course, we're talking training and practice and all that stuff, and you know, getting the minute the angles all worked out. That the faster you can pull the trigger, the more effective you can be. I don't know. I'm just a beginner, or I should say, I'm not new. I'm just new again because it's been like 30 years.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Did you see what they're talking about in the chat? The Fox News reports came out. So far, 6 people confirmed killed in London.
Yeah. I hate to be crass, but honestly, it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, 20 people in the hospital. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, but they didn't have the reports out yet. So I guess the reports are coming out now.
Know, my sort of knee-jerk reaction was, we don't have those problems here.
Not yet.
You know, well, but we have, yeah, but they've been having this stuff for generations. I don't know. I don't know what it is between us and Europe as far as.
Well, they're liberals, like to protect their terrorists.
Security.
I agree with you, John, but let's not discount the geography lesson.
Yeah.
We have the advantage that they're not at our front door. They're right there at their front door.
Thank God.
The YouTube channel fine is called Warrior Works. Heard of the guy? It just showed up on my feed. So I watched two or three of his videos.
Oh, you were talking about the lessons you were talking about, the documentary thing?
Well, the guy that was talking about trigger pull and and her trigger position. And what got me started is he had one on Big Dot Science.
Oh, okay, I see that one.
Yeah, and he was like, "Yeah, they're fine." You know, he said, "If I can shoot a fist-sized group at 25 yards, you know, or maybe fist and a half, whatever. You know, not a pretty group, but it's 25 yards. You know, and they're all like, you know, in the Battle Oregon area. You know, he managed to pull off a couple of headshots at 25 yards with big dots. So, you know, I don't know. Of course, I'm not in law enforcement and can't imagine finding myself in a situation to get in a gunfight at 25 yards, because I'd probably be looking for an escape route, you know, if I'm that far away, unless they're coming at me. But, you know, too, I was never in that situation. I was kind of in that in-between military era, you know, between Vietnam and some of the more recent stuff. So a lot of us just didn't go in, you know. I mean, we grew up hearing body counts and all that stuff. So when they pulled out of Vietnam, you just kind of wipe the sweat off your forehead and go to college. I remember my senior year, they was having the lottery and my number was 42. And if it had not been to the fact that I was only 17 at the time, I'd have been gone. But it was, I mean, don't get me wrong. I really, really appreciate and respect our soldiers out in the field. But when you grow up hearing large body counts on the news every day, and all you know is you're either going to war or you're going to college. And I wasn't a very good student in high school, so I pretty much knew which way I was headed. It was not a, you know, pleasant thought back then. You know, that was back in the early 70s. So anyway.
Well, whatever you do, just don't get a Jimenez.
Don't get a what?
A Jimenez, J822. If you saw Travis P11's accuracy testing he did with the Jimenez.
Let's see if I can find it.
I'll put it up for you if you want.
Actually,
Give me 1 second.
22 up in my browser earlier today. See if I can find it.
Yeah, I'm putting up the link on the side chat. What's going on, Rick? I think something's wrong with your microphone, Rick. Yeah, I think Rick is having issues with his microphone.
Well, yeah, it's saying all of a sudden it's telling me I can't screen share. Never seen that come up before.
You're pressing the green button with the arrow to the right,
Yeah.
and it's telling you can't screen share.
Screen sharing is not supported in audio only mode.
Are you in? Is somewhere in your settings saying that you're only audio mode?
Let me try something. I have no idea.
Your video somewhere must be turned off.
I have my bandwidth turned down.
Oh, okay.
I tried to get in earlier, and I was having, I think I was having connectivity issues.
Okay.
So. Yeah, I got your 22 right here. Are you on your phone?
You're talking about me or Rick?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm on the computer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that video. That was retarded. That thing is massively like like wow.
Well, it's he. I mean, his. I don't know how to describe him. He, other than he is a typical Texas country Aggie redneck.
No, I don't think so. I think he's just a character.
They're just different kind of people. Yeah.
Yeah. He's quite a character though. He's funny.
He's actually really cool, and he's incredibly intelligent.
You watch his second channel, Off the Ranch?
I also watch his Vet Ranch.
Yeah, I watch all three of his channels.
I have trouble watching Vet Ranch.
Yeah, it's not easy watching those animals in conditions like that. Yeah. But I love his channels mainly for the fact that he has his family there, and his kids are freaking adorable.
Yeah.
And then when he has guns that are like handguns with 50-foot barrels, so I think that's pretty funny.
I will say the 22 Hornet does say finally someone can have an excuse for a 22 for personal defense.
and I doubt that thing has much kickback, if any at all.
I love it when he shoots his 500. He's like, oh, I hate shooting this thing. I just hate shooting it. You know?
And then he gets 12 more shots off. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it when he brings new people onto the farm that have never shot it and shooting it for the first time. I mean, his wife has shot it, so I can't imagine she wasn't bruising for a couple of days after. I know. Hickok recently just had a video of him shooting a 500 lever gun, a Winchester lever gun, I believe it was.
Yeah. I tried to watch it last night and fell asleep, but 3 minutes into it, watch it again.
I think I mean, he's a cool guy. I think a lot of the stuff he does is to be funny. So.
Well, you know, it started out as a way to finance his the volunteer work he was doing. You know, where they take in abandoned animals and that need surgery, and he does it. You know, he's got him and somebody else, and then he's got like a sister, like up in the Dallas area that she does it up here and everything. So.
Oh, you mean Ellie?
I mean, I probably so. I don't remember the name. if he started doing the videos and then decided to use it to fund, or after he started making money to fund some of his volunteer work or whatever. I don't remember exactly.
I can't blame him for going the direction he's going in because it's entertaining. So it was good business sense of him to go the way he did because he reached 1 million on all of his channels.
Yeah.
So that's pretty smart for me.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned. I mean, not everything everybody does everywhere is going to be to our liking individually, but I find him entertaining. I mean, this morning he had a video out of him just dropping that 100-pound lead box.
Yeah, I saw that one. I haven't watched it yet. Did you see him shooting it?
Yeah.
That was pretty wild.
Yeah. And it's amazing, like the damage it took. You wouldn't think it was such a soft steel, but it's a soft steel supposedly.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I've never tried to lift I don't know what it weighed, but I have no reason to go and try to find out how much something like that weighs. But he was getting quite a workout going up and down that ladder.
Well, if it gives you an idea of perspective, have you ever held a marbles, like you had the big shooter marbles?
Right.
One of those cast in lead is approximately 1/2 pound.
Well, that thing that he was lifting looked like 1 million marbles.
Well, that's my point. So that'll give you an idea.
It was about a 6-inch cube or so, 6 or 8 inches, something like that.
You saw the video, Doug?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what that would weigh, but
somewhere between 90 to 100 pounds. He's probably spot on.
Oh, okay. So he was right when he said it was about 100?
Yeah, because
Okay.
lead is incredibly dense.
Right.
And that square looks like it's easily 9 by 9.
It looked that big?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it was just my way of viewing it on my screen that it didn't look 9, but like Al said, it might have been at least 6 each side. But you're saying it was larger.
I think it looked like it was 9 inches square.
Right.
So
a cubic inch of lead weighs 6.5 pounds.
Yeah, there you go.
My math is not that good, so I'm not even going to try to figure that out.
So that would be that can't be right.
I'm just waiting for my Amazon order to get here that I ordered on the 29th, and it's now the 3rd, and they just shipped it yesterday.
16. It weighs close to 90 pounds.
Yeah, that's what Doug was saying. Yeah.
A 6-inch lead cube weighs close to 90 pounds.
Again, I'm going to agree with you because my math skills are not that good.
Yeah. That sounds about right. And that's no joke of lead.
It went through. You saw the last one that he did on the what was that? The turntable. It just went through that, and there was absolutely no bounce back.
And by the way, a 9-inch cube of lead that weighs 298 pounds.
then I'm going to say you're probably closer with the idea of it being 6x6. I could very well have gotten that wrong, seeing as how it's just eyeballing the video.
He didn't much act like it was a 300-pound. Oh, it could have been. He's pretty strong for a scrawny guy.
He's been working out. Not as scrawny as it was like 6 months ago when he got the weight the gym set in.
Yeah, he started hanging out with Furious Pete. He's going to get yoked.
Oh, yeah, seriously. He's going to be twice the amount of weight and just muscle. Furious Pete works out for a living, or is that just something he does?
And I don't know if he's a trainer or whether he makes his money off of. I know he also sells merchandise. I know he sells supplements.
So Furious Pete started out as a anorexic recovery case who started doing food challenges. And then he was posting the videos on YouTube of him doing eating challenges as kind of just more of an inspirational thing to do.
Okay.
And then that evolved into a business from there. And then because he decided, well, I can't just eat tons of food and get fat. That's the opposite problem of the problem I'm getting over. He got into the gym circuit. And now he does the whole fitness YouTube thing. He sells everything from supplements to he has a clothing line now. He's done pretty good for himself.
All right, so it's professional. He just uses YouTube as a media form to get it out.
Yes, but he's not like a competitive bodybuilder or anything like that.
No, just for health purposes.
Yeah.
A lot of the successful YouTube people actually, I mean, they make money off of YouTube. Some of them make a lot of money. But the ones that do it right have other business interests. For example, what's his name? Roman Atwood, has a huge merchandising program. They sell a boatload of merchandise.
I don't think I've ever watched a Roman Atwood video yet. Even after seeing him on Off the Ranch, I still haven't seen any of his videos.
He started out doing pranks, and now he just kind of covers his daily life.
Yeah, those are not my kind of channel. Yeah.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. He does some pretty crazy stuff. He's doing something to his backyard. I think he's either putting in a motocross track or digging a foam pit. Because I know when he went out in California, where that guy taught him how to do a backflip on a BMX bike, he was talking about how much he wanted a foam pit at home.
What's a foam pit?
It's a big pit filled with these big foam blocks. And the people you see doing all the motorcycle flips and all that stuff, it's how they practice. They do their flips and they land in that big foam pit. And, that way they don't have to just be crashing all the time and tearing themselves up.
So they land in the foam pit with their motorcycles?
Yeah, bicycle, motorcycle, whatever. The guy in California had a crane beside his foam pit that he would use to pull his motorcycle out of the pit. I say crane, more of a hoist on the side of the pit that he could swing at.
That must be some tough foam or rubber to not get cut up with a motorcycle's wheels hitting you every time they land on it.
Well, the idea of the foam is more of kind of like the net for the trapeze artist.
Yeah.
It's not where you want to land. It's your things have gone wrong and I'm going to land.
In one piece, not 10, right?
Ideally.
So it's meant for any kind of riding, like Al said, or just bicycle riding, or is it bikes with motors and engines?
I've seen dirt bike riders use them before.
Yeah.
I guess it could be fun.
I think it'd just be fun to, if you had one of those things just to jump off the top of a crane lift.
Oh, yeah. Oh, with a bungee cord or without a bungee cord?
No, without the bungee cord, since you have the foam pit to take place of like the, take place of one of those big air cushions.
Yeah, that's true. Or you could have the bungee cord and land in the pit and see how much of the foam you can grab and lift out with you.
That sounds like something from Fear Factor.
There you go.
Did you see the video of the guy that did the skydive without a parachute and landed in the big net?
I did not.
That was some crazy stuff.
Did they?
That sounds crazy.
Did they at least have him jump over the net?
Well, I mean,
or did he have one of those butterfly suits where you can direct where you're going to land?
I don't remember. I mean, they have a good bit of control even without one of those suits.
You know what I'm talking about, the
just,
suits like from James Bond, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the supports, I don't know how big that net was, 60, 80 feet across or something like that. I don't know. And then it looked like it was a good 15, 20 feet tall at the corners. And it just kind of collapsed when he hit it. Just before he got to the net, he just kind of rolled over on his back and landed on his back. I guess it's one of those things, well, it's going to work or it's not. I'm dead or I'm not. You got to be pretty crazy to have that kind of an attitude.
Agreed. But then again, some people got a 45 and some people got a 22.
And then there's those of us that carry that stinking anemic 9mm.
Well, when it comes to jumping out of planes without a parachute, I got a 22 and I'm very proud of it.
Yeah. I got a 22 somewhere. I don't have a picture of it, but I've got a picture of one like it.
Oh, no, that was just a metaphor.
Let me see.
All right. Oh, what happened to oh, I see someone's gone. Let me go back to gun lobby to see if anybody came back on. All right, good night, Squib.
Take her easy.
Hey, Knives. What's going on? Yeah, Patrick. Al was just saying that someone did that without a parachute. And supposedly they live to do it another day.
Yeah, I say I don't have a rifle, but I do have this 50s vintage Model 63 Winchester.
Yeah, you were talking about your lever, right?
No, this is semi-automatic. The lever 30-30 I borrowed from somebody.
Do you have to give it back?
Oh yeah, yeah. That was like 25 years ago. But this is my hand-me-down or whatever from Dad. Mom bought that for $35 for Sears catalog.
Oh, wow.
Can you hear me now, John?
Hey, Ray, coming in loud and clear.
There he is.
I mean, that's not too loud or anything?
Perfect, Ray.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I had microphone trouble.
Glad you were able to fix it. So what's going on with you, Rick?
So what's new?
Not much. Just talking about world news and stuff. How about you?
All right, I had to have. That's why I had to give up my show this afternoon. They called me in for another interview at the gun range.
How'd it go?
Good. I'm in.
Nice.
Well, on the 15th, I got to give them my check.
When do your boys arrive in the mail?
That's a good point. I got to check my email. More than likely, I won't get into about Wednesday, I would say.
Okay, right around the corner.
On Monday.
Sounds good.
Oh yeah, I mean the money's gone from the bank.
That's what usually goes first, isn't it?
Yeah, they got the money, so. So I'm cleaning my gun here while we're talking.
Copy that.
So you had to have an interview.
Yeah,
to get a membership at a gun range.
Yeah, private gun range.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's not just anybody can go.
Yeah. Well, our sportsman's club's not quite that bad.
You know.
You got to be approved by 3 members, or you have to be recommended by 3 members. Of course, that's just a matter of somebody saying, "Hey, we got this application. Who wants to recommend them?" You know.
Yeah.
And then you got to go to the first meeting that's available after you become a member. Then you got to participate in, I don't know, 6 or 8 events during the year and all that stuff.
Yeah, sounds about right. But I'm exempt from helping out around the ranges.
Well, they don't want to put more stress on you.
Well, because I'm handicapped.
Right.
So, I said if there's I said if you need me, like if you got a match going on, you need somebody to, at the reloading table, I'll do that. But I can't run up and down and change targets and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Better be safe than sorry, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they had me shoot a little bit today. See how they've already done this once before, but this guy wanted to see me shoot how safe I was.
Were they supplying the ammunition?
No.
Oh, what a ripoff.
Yeah. I said, when we were done, I said, can I pick up my brass, please? I said, I reload.
Do they allow the patrons to pick up the brass or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I only fired maybe, I think it was 30 rounds. I was hitting, they had me shooting it. First time ever I shot it still tonight.
Okay. How was it?
Oh, it was great. Hearing that, they had one of those stands that had 8-inch plates at 15 yards. It unfortunately it took me 10 shots to hit all 8.
Well, I'm sure it felt good to get back out there, right?
Oh yeah, they were impressed with how good I was shooting. They said, you hit those at 15 yards? I said, yeah. I didn't think there was much to it. You know? I said I rushed the first two shots. Yeah. They want me to go into they're big into is it the IDPA?
Right.
Yeah, the defensive one.
Okay.
I said the only problem with that is I can't move that fast. You know? They said, well, we're making exceptions for that. They can change the rules and stuff.
Oh yeah.
But they can't. They said, really, when you start, you don't. I mean, you just want to complete it. You don't want to win it. To start with, you know what I'm saying?
Right, because if you rush it anyway, you're gonna do bad on your shots.
Yeah. I mean, I'm instead of running between stages, just walk. You know,
okay.
All they do,
at least they're flexible.
What?
At least they're flexible with you.
Oh yeah. Which I was quite pleased with.
And it gives you something to get into you didn't think you might get into.
Yeah.
All right, good.
I was watching a Jerry Michalik video.
Oh yeah, I love watching that guy.
He got disqualified on one of the matches. And man, he didn't say much, but you could tell by the look on his face he was hot. He was not happy. It was his fault. But what happened was, and it happened with his shotgun. And he put some part in backwards or upside down or something when he put it back together. And so the safety was backwards.
Oh, geez.
So when he thought, and I don't know why he didn't figure this out because he was obviously shooting the thing. When he put it in the barrel, he put it on safe, except that it wasn't safe. And of course they checked it. Disqualified.
When was this?
I have no idea. I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah, but I bet you don't get disqualified much.
Well, they don't call him Jerry Michalik for no reason.
You know, I don't. You know, I know he's fast, but he's got a natural talent for it too to be that fast.
Well, what blows my mind is watching him compete with that revolver against all those guys with those high-priced, finely tuned race guns.
Oh yeah.
And he's shooting a friggin' revolver and winning the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's
but you
crazy.
gotta remember, I mean, that revolver is a highly tuned priced revolver too.
Well, that's true.
I bet you like when he opens the cylinder to reload, I bet you that's as smooth as silk. Yeah, I remember what I still fascinated. I still watch it every now and then. Is his video when he done that 1,000-yard shot with his revolver.
Yeah, I don't remember that one.
Oh yeah,
I remember a long shot.
He done a 1,000-yard shot with a revolver. World record.
There's a long distance shooting club up in Utah, and they've got a YouTube channel. I watched a bunch of their stuff, and that was pretty interesting.
I mean, a lot of times I listen on here, and people say they get bored with, you know, like watching Hickok 45 on here. I mean, but that man can shoot.
Yeah.
Because he used to do competitions too.
Yeah. You know, I see a lot of gun channels on YouTube that are demonetized and everything, but every time I play one of his videos, a commercial pops up. So I don't know what the difference is between him and the rest of them.
I don't know either.
I haven't really paid any attention if any of the other ones are not showing the advertising.
Maybe because of the amount of people he's got.
Could be. I don't know.
I'm getting I mean, when I watch people now, I'm getting a few different commercials. Not many, but normally the same ones. The ones I'm getting here right now, it doesn't go between each one, but I either get one from there's a local casino here. That one's on. I get that commercial on here, and I get you know, then you get the normal NRA commercials, but I don't get much else.
Yeah, they really hurt a lot of people when they changed some of that stuff.
I mean, like I watched.
There were a lot of people that I mean that was their living, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like what's his name? You ever watch him Suits 00? I mean, this is.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've watched him in a long time.
The one thing is his YouTube channel is his job. He does it full time. And with them doing what they did, I mean, he said his income's cut in half now. You know? That's a shame. I mean, I only just started mine a few weeks ago, so I started mine as the bubble burst. You know, that's normally the story of my life. You know what I'm saying? Always a day behind and $1 short. You know.
I hear you.
Where's everybody else gone?
No, I'm here. I just came back. I just had to put away some dishes.
Yeah.
I was listening.
Just before you come in, Rick, I was showing them my 22. The Winchester Model 63, 50s vintage. That one's not mine. I've got one like it. It's a sweet shooting little gun.
Okay.
Yeah, the wife's away for the weekend, so I've been partying it up like crazy. I'm just trying to clean up my mess.
Well, before she gets home.
Well, she doesn't come back home till tomorrow, but I don't want to rush in the morning to clean it up.
Yeah. Is it your own cooking, or you be doing takeout?
No, I did cook. I cooked yesterday for the whole day, for yesterday and today. So
Okay.
just snack in every here and there, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So today I just cleaned up a little, did the dishes and stuff. You know, nothing too exciting. Try to get out, go to the store, get some stuff that we needed, some milk or whatever for coffee in the morning. That's about it. We just got a new blender juicer from the Shark brand.
Oh yeah.
So we've been playing around with that a lot. It's actually a pretty good toy, but it's loud as a lawnmower. Holy cow, this thing is freaking loud. You can hear it like literally 3 doors down.
Is it meant to be that loud?
I don't know, but I'll tell you what, when it does its job, it does its job. I mean, it literally crushes up those seeds to nothing. Yeah, so using the whey protein for the shakes with the bananas and the berries and stuff. So it really crushes up the seeds in the fruit. Works really well. That's about it.
Yeah, actually, it was one of the Roman Atwood videos, and they bought a juicer, and I'm watching them use the thing, and I'm like, man, you just put about $2 worth of apples and oranges and bananas and berries and a couple of other things, celery, I don't know what else, for 1 glass of juice. And I'm like, I guess that's all right. You want it fresh.
Well, I'm pretty sure his machine cost about 8 times more than mine. But the whole point of
it's the whole point of I don't know.
Well, he probably used an actual juicer, so when you make the mess, it's more of a to clean it. Whereas mine, the one I have, you actually have to clean the fruits and peel them first. But you can't do that with berries and stuff like that. So whatever seeds are in there will get crushed up. But there's no real cleaning. You just wash it out with some warm water and you're done. Whereas the juicer he has probably, you have to take 10,000 pieces apart and really clean it. But the whole point of juicing is because it gets into your system quicker than by eating it.
Yeah. Well, of course you have variety, you know, 'cause
right.
You can put whatever you want in it. But I guess I'm wondering if it's actually that much cheaper to juice your own. The only time you pay for the fruit, so forth. Because it seems like it takes quite a bit of fruit and stuff to get a glass of juice.
Well, that's because he has a juicer, so he could put in the peels, he could put in all the seeds from the apples and all the seeds from the oranges, and it squeezes juice out from everything that he's putting in. Whereas what I have, you have to clean the fruits or vegetables. You have to peel them if you don't want the skin, and most people don't want the skin because of the wax that's on it. And then you put it in. Whereas his, you just cut it up into small pieces and you can put it in with everything.
Yeah. So
there's a lot more work to clean it up. I just put maybe two fruits, maybe 3 fruits, maybe some spinach, maybe the whey protein and chia seeds. And it crushes up the seeds real good, real fine, so you don't end up eating them, grinding your teeth.
So what does the bottled equivalent of something like that cost?
Probably around anywhere between $3 to $6, if not more.
Oh, okay.
Right, so you'll buy a batch of bananas, which usually have 6 to 8 bananas, And then you get like 4 oranges for $1 and 3 apples for $1, depending on the apple brand. And you don't use that all in one shot. He might use it all in one shot because he could afford it. I don't. I would use 1 banana, 1 apple, half a cup of strawberries or something like that. That's about it. He might use 10 bananas and 50 oranges or something. I don't know. I would love to be able to afford a commercial grade juicer, but way out of my price range.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
What'd that do?
Okay, I'll get the juicer.
No, some of my gun cleaning shit hit the floor.
The CLP?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Better get that quick.
There. You just made me do it.
What the fuck, dude?
Couldn't resist.
Was that Smeggy?
Yeah.
Where is he? I don't see his icon.
That was a soundbite that I.
Oh. I thought he was really on. That's pretty funny.
And I pulled this one out last night.
So here's the deal. Was that supposed to be me?
It's DB.
Okay. You gotta record DB talking about his.
You know what he's always saying. So here's the deal.
You gotta record DB talking about his tactical Chihuahua.
I heard that.
That was pretty funny.
Have any other ones, Al?
No. No, it's kind of a pain because you got to find that stuff. And I kind of scanned through 2 or 3 looking for DBs. What's the deal? And a couple of them, he was on his phone and the quality wasn't very good and everything.
You got to record him going, you know what grinds my gears?
Knives is pretty good at bookmarking those and being able to get them to start right at the good spot. So he'll have to keep an ear out for you.
Maybe Knives can play some for us now.
When did Knives sneak in here?
Oh, like 5 minutes ago.
He's been here a while.
That's actually a good idea too, Hottie.
I don't know why fucking Jay's paying that much for oranges.
Not my business.
That's a lot of money for oranges.
You know what they say, squeeze them if you got them.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Knives? How you doing?
Same old.
Chilling.
Do you have enough air in the trunk?
No, he's already arrived.
Oh, really?
I got sent back.
Oh, that's right. He's back to work on Sunday, right? Or he goes back to work on Monday?
I think Sunday or Monday.
Okay, cool.
You know that dude got a big ass smile on his face.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
You know, Heavy B's fucking happy right now.
Well, I don't want to know what you're doing to him, but you know.
No, man, you know he's walking around with the Kool-Aid smile. I'm in Arizona.
Yeah.
Well, Arizona now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's probably fucking happy as fuck right now.
I bet he's already stocking up on normal capacity magazines.
Yep.
Took that bullet button off his AR first thing, I bet.
Probably dropped it off by the border.
Threw it out the window as he crossed that sign that said, "Welcome to Arizona."
So has he officially moved?
Yeah, I think he moved already.
Yeah.
I knew he was getting close.
I know he was moving. He was moving this week.
Yeah, he left on the
Thursday or
2nd.
Friday. You know. So as far as I knew.
I'm just wondering how long it's going to take for Knives to figure out how to get out of the trunk.
I'm not in the trunk. I left it behind.
Oh, you got out?
No, I got left behind.
Oh, our poor Knives.
It's okay. I got a few more. I got like what, a couple of months left. By May of next year, probably I'm gonna be out. You know what I think? When you come to Arizona, it says welcome to Arizona. If you're from California, don't fuck it up. Right there at the border. If you're a liberal, so go back to California.
We have the border patrol with signs that says all dumbasses, please turn around. And the rest of you, welcome. Rick, did you find all your CLP?
Oh yeah, I picked all my stuff up. I'm good. Cleaned it up.
Okay.
I'm just about done with cleaning the gun.
I'll make sure you set enough room for your new babies.
I love cleaning guns. I don't know. I must be something wrong with me. Love the smell.
So that's why you never remember anything from the previous evening.
You know those green cloths you get from Remington that are soaked in oil?
Right.
I got them all stitched together as my blanket on my bed.
I think I have an unopened one I could send you if you want.
Okay. He's loaded and ready. Back in the carryhouse. And why I had that one dismantled, I had my 38 out here loaded.
Scotland Yard now confirming they are dealing with the second incident at Borough Market. Now,
what was that?
I'm just the window popped up for on Fox News because I'm reading up more on the latest information with the recent London attacks.
Yeah.
I got mail. They tell me my guns are on the way.
I just want to hear you won the lottery.
Yeah, me too. But you got to play it to win it.
I do. Just waiting for the day they come back with you win.
Hey, I used to play it. The most I ever won on the, I used to play the Powerball
Right?
all religiously. And one time, the most I ever won was $300.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
It's 300 more than if you hadn't won anything, right?
That's right.
Not bad.
But
Oh, and 14 down a scratch off one time.
after that, for about another year, I never won a damn thing. So I quit doing it.
I won 1,400 on the lottery one time.
Damn.
And it sure screwed up my taxes, put me in a different tax bracket.
Yep.
Cost me a bunch of money.
You should have given the ticket to somebody else. Told them you'll give them half of it so they can do the taxes and you didn't have to bother with it.
Yeah. Well, they gave me a tax form. See, I had to go to the lottery office because of the amount.
Right, because it was over 600.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty cool, though. $1,400, you know. So how much
and
it after?
It was like, I don't know. I had the ticket in my pocket for like a month or something like that. I forgot about it. And it was, I hit 5 out of 6 numbers.
Right.
Yeah, it was like a $4 or $5 million jackpot, I think. And man, I was, so when I found the ticket, I went down the street to a convenience store to get the numbers. And man, I was sitting there in the car because it was like 6 quick picks. So I had a whole list of numbers. And man, I was sitting there with the pencil circling those numbers, and this line started filling out. My heart starting to pound and stuff, and now I'm down to all but one number, you know. And I'm just looking for that last number. It never hit, but I tell you what, it was pretty exciting.
I've never won that much, so I could only imagine how excited you were. And so we got Al and we got Rick, 2 big winners. So did the 2 of you go to Disney World afterwards?
No, I don't remember what I did.
I know the money didn't last long.
I can't imagine.
It never does.
Yeah, shit.
Rick, it helps if you close the bottle so you don't keep spilling it.
Oh no, I put my stuff away and left half of my rags out of my box. Out of my I thought my cleaning supplies box closed kind of easy. What's squeaking there, John?
That's not me.
Oh, it's not?
No, I think someone's sound or their mic is,
Mine?
it might be.
Wasn't me. I was muted.
I might have to readjust it because I said it was playing up on me.
I'll mute myself. You let me know if you still hear it. I don't hear it anymore now, though. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
No, I don't hear it.
I can just barely hear something, and I can see it on my meter.
Now, I do have,
But it's just like barely there.
I mean, I do have my TV on, turned down real low. You might be picking that up.
That's probably what it is.
It's on the other side. It's on the other side of the room, the TV.
Yeah, it looks like it's gone now.
All right. Oh shit! I gotta pay for my thing, so I won.
You have to pay for something that you won?
Yeah, well, auction off eBay. Those I won 3 of the 5 packs that G-Webs had for sale on trading cards.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool.
Yeah, I just got to pay for them. Let's see. Is anybody around in the chat?
Yeah, a few people are on.
They ain't in here.
Yeah, I gotta refresh my page. It got stuck.
Oh, I forgot. At 12 o'clock, you got to re-sign in. At midnight.
I was wondering why it wasn't refreshing. Yeah, it looks like everybody signed out or they're refreshing as well.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't know if it does it every day, but I know on midnight it resets and you got to re-sign in.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Right now, there's only me and you on gun channels.
Yeah, I'll refresh it again to see if anybody else is coming on or it's just you and I. Oh yeah, Moon Food logged back in also. Yeah, so it's just the 3 of us for now. I wonder if Too Hottie is signed off also. And Mr. Knives, I don't know where he went.
I mean, it can keep you. I mean, I think you can stay talking in in Hangouts, but you can't do anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, we just lost Al also. Yeah, Edwin just logged back in also, so I'm guessing everybody had to sign back in again.
Yeah.
You know, the first couple of times that happened, I thought the website just crashed.
Yeah.
Because I kept refreshing my page and refreshing it, but I didn't realize it logged me out.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So I was wondering why nothing was showing up, and then it happened a few more times, and then I realized to go scroll up to the top of the page, and I saw that it was logged out.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was. I think G-Webs was in the chat at the time, and it's coming to midnight. He said, "Don't forget, you all get signed out at midnight. You got to re-sign back in." That's how I learned about it. I didn't know about it.
Yeah, everybody's logged back in now.
Hey, I lost my internet.
Yeah, well, the Gun Channel's website resets itself at midnight.
Yeah, but that shouldn't have anything to do with Hangouts.
Oh no, it doesn't. We were just talking about like everybody just disappeared all of a sudden from Google.
Well, it's weird. At the same time, I lost my Wi-Fi. Coincidence.
So anybody that wants to join the chat on the chat side on gunchannels.com is welcome to join. It's free to join. And you're also welcome to check out the Old West Gun Channel's deck of cards on what is that website?
Kickstarter.
What?
On Kickstarter.
Kickstarter, yeah.
Yeah, Kickstarter.
Kickstarter, Gun Channels, Old West, playing deck cards. Have a load of fun, no pun intended. You guys want to give yourself a shout out for your channels?
My channel has not been published yet.
Not yet,
it's still
but you'll get it.
It's still in draft mode.
Right.
Oh, yeah?
Well, just going to give a quick synopsis of gunchannels.com. Feel free to join. It's free anytime for like-minded people. Every day we have the early watch starting at 10:30 a.m., 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as well as the Daily Gun Show starting at 7 p.m., 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Mondays, feel free to catch the Guns and Geeks starting at 9 p.m. We like shooting at 10 p.m. and Locked and Loaded at 10:30 p.m. Tuesdays, feel free to catch the Andalusia Armory starting at 7 p.m., followed by Hit or Miss at 9 p.m., and then Big Gunners 81 at 10 p.m. Wednesdays, we have NEA Never Enough Ammo at 10 p.m. Thursdays, Shooting Left of Center with the Yankee Marshal at 10 p.m. Tag Daddy Gun News Weekly at 9 p.m. AK-47 Podcast at 11 p.m. Fridays, feel free to catch the Heavy Beat channel starting at 10 p.m. Edge of the Week at 11 p.m. Saturdays, Caliber Corner at 9 a.m. and Rick's Life with Rick at 3 p.m. And Sundays, Never Enough Ammo Early Edition, 7 a.m., Liberty Watch Radio at 2 p.m., and Young Guns Podcast at 9 p.m.
Well, there you go. Some of those times are basic. Some of those times change.
Right.
You might want to bring up the lobby chat, too.
Oh, yeah. Feel free to catch lobby chat every day. And bring in the fun.
Lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
There you go.
And there you go.
That music clip provided and is in the public domain from probably, if I had to guess, a 60s vintage film movie theater intermission clip.
I should add that into my soundboard.
Did you ever find something that works on your Mac?
I got this soundboard app, and I just haven't had a chance to get any clips for it.
Yeah.
Could you send me a link for that Let's Get Out to the Lobby thing?
I have it. I think I have it in my Dropbox. Let me go find it.
Yeah, I'm still tweaking this app, and I haven't been able to figure out how to save it yet without it crashing. So I need to work on that.
Okay.
How's the John Z project coming along?
Not bad. Slowly, but it's coming. You catch any of them?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
All right.
Yeah, I gotta get myself in it. Maybe start chatting or whatever. But I think maybe I'll do some reviews to get myself acclimated to it.
I mean, actually, you would think. Yeah, you're right. Because like you're talking on here, you think, "Oh, that's no problem." But when it's just you, the camera, and the mic.
Yeah, I feel weird about that. Yeah, it just feels a little weird.
Yeah, it does. I'm still getting used to it. You know, when I do it on Saturdays,
Right.
the live chat.
I'll get it eventually.
Hell yeah.
Al, is there any way you could put that soundbite on the Hangouts side chat?
Hang on just a second.
I think he's
Okay.
trying to
I'm going
find
to
it.
give you a link.
Oh, you're trying to figure it out. Okay.
I got to get some free music like that because I wanted to do some sort of intro to my
Right.
Saturday show.
Okay.
Rick, if you have a guitar, you can make up your own sound.
Yeah, well, I don't have
There
one.
you go.
Yeah, I see it, Al. Thanks. Not. Oh, I have to log in for something?
Oh, you shouldn't have to.
Yeah, it's telling me I have to create an account.
Hang on, I'm not logged in. Well, see, I just tried it without logging in.
All right, let me see if I remember.
Make you log in with your Google account.
Oh, okay. Let me see if it works.
There's a, yeah, when the page comes up, there should be a download button in the top corner.
Yeah, it's allowed me to sign in.
Okay, so if it's there, how do I grab it?
You just click the download button.
Okay.
So I'm in Firefox. I don't know yours will look like. I'm logged in, and when I put that link in, there's a blue sign in button, and next to that is a white. There you go.
Okay, I got it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I didn't know it was that simple. All right, let me, if I can copy and paste it to my soundboard. Let me play it. Okay, it works. Very cool. Thanks, Al.
Yeah.
Now I got to create a download destination so I know what's free and what's not. So I don't have to worry about copyright BS.
I don't have a whole lot of stuff. One of the reasons is because of that. A lot of that stuff, it's you use it, but they want attribution. In other words, they want to be mentioned in whatever you use it with. Now, I think it's fair use, but I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I didn't download a lot of them too, and I agree with you. I haven't downloaded a lot of them because of that attribution. If it's not your video, you can't get that little notice into the video. The person who started the chat is the only one that could put it in the video, and then they have to, every time somebody plays something, they have to take that attribution link or whatever and put it in the comments window at the bottom of the links. Yeah, so that's why I haven't downloaded.
Now, what you can use is the YouTubes.
Right.
They got a whole library.
Yeah, but they're not that good, really.
Yeah, they don't have that many that are worth downloading for that purpose.
And I get weird stuff, let's see, 4 of the 5 branches of the military, I have their songs. But because those were performed by government employees, there is no copyright.
Okay.
Um,
Well, I could understand some people's weariness about it, like worried about someone trying to make a case about it. But I understand what you're saying, that there's no copyright if it's a public entity.
Yeah. Well, it's government entities.
Right, public.
Yeah.
So now I just have to figure out how to get this application, the soundboard application, not to crash on me when I try to close it, so it doesn't delete all the sounds that I do have in there now, which in this case is just one. Huh.
Yeah, I probably went through 6 or 8.
What applications?
Player applications. The soundboard, I hadn't had any trouble with at all. The sound player is what I had trouble finding, something that was free and worked. If, for example, if you're doing something having to do with military or ceremonial or whatever,
right?
Bit of public domain stuff out there. Oh, I was going to tell you, John, if you're looking for clips of like patriotic or ceremonial or stuff like that, go to the Marine Corps band. They've got a bunch of stuff, and because they're government employees, it's all public domain.
And I could just Google that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, patriotic music. Yeah.
I'll drop you a link here.
Like that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Actually comes in pretty clearly too.
That's off that Marine Band site. So all those John Philip Sousa marches, they got a whole mess of stuff.
Yeah, the Navy has it. The Air Force has a link to it as well. And I'm sure the Army has a link to it somewhere too.
And see that now that's a very familiar sounding song.
Right.
The music itself is in public domain, and the performance is by a Marine bugler. So public domain, free to use.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I don't know how many. I mean, it's cool to have them. I'll download some of them, but as far as like using it in videos and stuff, I don't know how many of those are useful unless I could edit some parts out. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Now I got that song stuck in my head and I can't get it out.
There's about 3 verses on that song. It's a pretty long song. That's just like the first part of it. The one that's familiar to everybody.
Right. I've seen the older movies from the 40s and 30s that had it. I actually saw it playing. They showed parts of the recordings in the movie theaters, playing it on the screen.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's actually pretty cool that it's still around. People even know what it is.
I remember when I was a kid going to the theater in the big city out east here. And the intermission music, they actually had the intermissions during the movie. And for intermission, this guy would come up out of the floor on a platform, and he would play organ music, theater type organ music live. It was pretty cool. That was probably back in the 60s, I guess.
Even those were still the good old days.
Yeah. Back when we had a 5-digit phone number.
All right. Well, I gotta hit the sack.
I ain't far behind you.
Yeah, I think I will too. I'm not quite ready for bed, but I hear that recliner calling me.
Yeah. Well, my bed's calling me. My eyes can barely stay up right now.
Yeah, same here.
Well, I'll talk to you folks tomorrow.
See you, John.
All right, take her easy.
Take it easy.
Yeah, I'm heading out too. See you later, Al.
All right, Rick, take it easy.
up, Max?
What's up, Tuhati?
Shit, just got done making a sandwich.
What you got?
Roasted chicken, provolone. Frank's hot sauce.
That sounds good. All I got is beef hamburgers.
Don't sound too bad.
Had it for breakfast, afternoon. But I am now.
Hey, I'm on mute, so I'm not chewing in your ear.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make me something to eat real quick. Yo.
Yo.
How's that sandwich?
That's all right. Could be better. What you up to?
Nothing much, man. Bored out of my mind. Just going through fucking paperwork and shit.
Paperwork.
Yeah, see how much I owe and shit, stuff like that.
That don't sound like fun.
Fuck it.
I usually prefer not to look at stuff like that. If I didn't see it, it doesn't exist.
I do, man. I gotta fucking check how much I got left for the rest of the week. Or I gotta borrow money from my brother.
So I hear Jimmy's coming back on Monday.
I don't know. Is that true?
I don't know. That's what I've been hearing. Heard a couple people say it now.
If Jimmy comes back, I'll be cool. Yeah, it'll keep the lows from going shitty. You know, you got that low time in the chat.
Yep. Surprised it died out tonight so quick.
Nah, I was doing something else too.
What if people wait until Drunk Smeggy gets on?
Hey, Drunk Smeggy gonna get out? I'll stay up, dude.
He was going out tonight, so.
Oh shit!
Joe, what the fuck are you doing up?
The fuck you
No, I
doing,
told you to go to
motherfucker?
bed, man. I told you to go to bed at 8 o'clock, man.
Now be telling me what time to go?
8 o'clock. You're supposed to be in bed, man. I thought we tucked you in.
Okay, Uncle DB, I'm go to bed now.
What's the deal?
What's the deal? So here's the deal. I just jumped on Gun Channel to see what's up, see if anyone's alive on here. See the front page. See what's going on. Say hello. Walking my dog.
Walking the raw socks on.
Yep, you know it. He's my
Technical
bodyguard.
dog.
He's my bodyguard.
Blade show this weekend.
Blade show was fun. I might go back tomorrow. I didn't go today. I went Friday. All the cool guy shit was sold out by the time I got there. But, you know, I got, actually not really, I don't want to say that. There's definitely some cool shit that wasn't sold out. But I didn't get anything. I would happen to get what I kind of wanted before Blade Show. I was waiting for Blade Show, but one of the custom knife guys like had a bunch of stuff I guess he wasn't bringing, so he put it up on his little website, and then I got something, so it was kind of like whatever. But yeah, it was fun, man. Nothing like it, man. If you're into knives. If you're not into knives, it might get you into knives. There's just so much shit there. Pretty cool stuff.
They actually sell shit there too. It's not just a.
Oh yeah, it's all for sale. It's, you know, these guys are custom. A lot of these guys spend six months getting ready for Blade. You know, 5-6 months. It's a majority of their income. You know, some guys will show up with 12 knives, and they'll sell for like fucking $2,000 each. You know, so there's a lot of custom shit like that. You know, Spyderco, Benchmade, CRKT, all the big manufacturing companies, like, they're there too. But, you know, they don't care about selling. I mean, they do sell there, but that's not how they're making money. It's not their bread and butter. I'd say like 80% of that show is, maybe less, maybe like 60 to 70% of that show is custom makers that they're there to pay their fucking bills. Mm-hmm. They sell there, and then they go home, and then they sell here and there, like online and auctions and shit.
See, I didn't know that. I thought it was just like SHOT, but for knife guys.
Everyone's selling shit. I mean, SHOT. I don't think anyone sells anything at SHOT. It's like NRA. They were selling shit at NRA. These are a lot of the shit is handmade tool, you know, handmade steel shit with like fucking made by guys who they're doing it all by hand, forging it in their fucking garage or whatever, and they just this guy's coming this way. I don't want to hold on a second.
Hold that pit bull down.
Running. That's real smart.
Hold that pit bull, man. Hold it.
Yeah. Anyway.
You got a hold of the pit bull?
Yeah, there was a gigantic pit bull coming. And this little dirtbag who owns him lives in my building. But he just started running right towards us, so I had to pick up my dog. Because my dog will go crazy. His dog's pretty sweet, actually. I don't know. You just can't control him. Anyway, where'd they go? They went up to there. Okay, so yeah, anyway. Like I was saying, these guys, it takes a long time for them to make a fucking knife, dude. The guys doing one, you know, making them by hand and shit. So you can't blame them for charging a shit ton. Some of it's like art. The guys who are there are fucking just really rich. Like those knife collectors they're way richer than gun guys, I think, man.
So do these guys who spend $2,000 on a knife, do they even fucking use them or what?
No, hell fucking no.
Yeah.
And they buy multiples. It's not even like they're there to, like, they have like, oh, it's my grail. Like, you'll see these guys walking around with bags of like custom blades. Like, fucking, I just was on a Facebook group, like a closed group, a knife collection group. And he's like, hey, look what I got. Literally, like, it looked like 20 grand. There was like not that many knives, but I know like each one of those, a lot of those knives are like 2 grand, fucking 3 grand. You know what I mean? Like 2,500. Yeah, most of them don't cut nothing with it. They just like fondle them and shit. They might carry them, you know, put a scratch on their clip and get mad. You know. It's not quite what I'm into. I can't afford it. You know, I'm never there. So I was never there my entire life. Never even known anybody who was that fucking rich. You see, like, I swear to God, each year you'll see like a fucking 18-year-old kid, like a 17-year-old kid walking around with a fucking Rolex and a fucking boxes of like custom blades. Like, it's like It's crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, it's fun though. I mean, fuck, man. There's tons of other shit there. You know, it's like window shopping. You just look and go, wow, that's cool. Wow, that's cool. And if you do come up on some like cool shit, you can always sell it for like hundreds of dollars more than what you paid for it if you don't like it later on. Some of that stuff. Not that I was able to score it, but that's kind of like the goal, is to buy shit there that you can't buy for the rest of the year. And then maybe you go to Next Blade and maybe get it. And there's auctions, and then you drop your name in a bucket, and then they'll pull your name out of a hat, and that'll be your chance to buy it. You know, they'll call your name to buy it. Because, like I said, those custom dudes, they don't show up with a lot of product. You know what I mean? Like, it's really limited.
So they hold a lottery just
Yep.
so you can possibly have the chance at spending $2,000 on their blade.
Well, no, I'm not saying that not all of them are $2,000. There's definitely guys that are like $300, $200, $300, $400, whatever, all the way up. Some guys are like $150, I guess, you know, for like little tiny fixed blades or something. But those guys kind of don't do auctions. I mean, lotteries like that. Usually you're in like the 500 to 1,000 range for the lotteries and up. That's good shit though.
Yeah, that was a good sign out.
He was just in and out, huh?
Yep. You play 2Gs for a blade?
Would I?
Yeah.
Hell no.
Priorities first time.
Especially not something that I'd be afraid to use.
Don't even want to touch it.
Mm-hmm. I don't really believe in safe queens.
What's up, dog?
Hey, what's going on? Sorry about that. I was talking to the wife.
What's your wife make to eat, man?
No, I'm the cook in my house.
What'd you cook, man?
Tonight was just a bit of pasta, some broccoli.
Pasta with broccoli?
Yep.
Pass on the broccoli, man.
I got to drop some weight, so.
Yeah, I got to too, but I ate by force.
Yeah, I gotta remember the powerlifting days are behind me, so can't eat like I'm young anymore. Chat's quiet tonight. Normally, when I peek in on you guys are all it's a bit more rowdy.
It's fucking Saturday, dude. Everybody's out and about.
Shit, there's only a few people on gun channels after the server reset.
Shit, I was gonna ask DB a question. Hey, dog, what you got up in guns and stuff like that?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What do you got stuff in? What do you got for gun for toys?
A few ARs. I've got a 338 Lapua that I gotta get back out of storage.
Okay, I'm happy now.
A bunch of different handguns, though mostly. I just got done moving, so I still have a lot of stuff in boxes. The only things I unboxed really were the kind of the everyday items like the Glocks.
Fucking, they got NSA'd. Yeah,
All right.
NSA'd. You back?
Yep, I'm back.
You and Too Hotty got NSA'd pop.
I left California. I should be allowed on gun websites now.
What part?
I was up in the Bay Area. I was in the heart of the mess.
Holy shit. You know, the place I got near is fucking Roseville. That was it.
Roseville's still out in the sticks. They're pretty cool out there.
I lived up there for like 4 or 5 years. I like it up there. It's fucking calm.
No, I lived right outside of San Francisco for a number of years and hated it. Hated every minute of it.
Yeah, I got family in San Jose. Fucking sucks balls. So what you do, man? To get the fuck out?
I ended up bouncing to the Silver State, and I had to stay an extra 7 months in California while I was finishing out a work contract. And now that that's done with, I was able to come out here and get in the house with the wife and the dogs, and now I'm looking for another full-time gig.
Congrats on leaving California.
It's been a long time coming.
I'm still in the same spot though.
I didn't want to go back to California when I went back to it, and I got stuck there for a number of years. Glad to finally be out.
Hey, good luck with that, man.
How about yourself? Where are you at?
And I'm a lobby, dude.
Ah.
for like 20 minutes away from the shit.
Right now, I'm trying to justify AR 10 parts to myself.
Did you hit up any of the gun shops yet?
Yeah, I've been to a few gun shops. Where I'm located at right now, there's only one major one that's within reasonable distance of me. And first thing I did when I came over here is I went in there and I bought a bunch of mag releases to swap out on all my guns that were California compliant.
Be right back.
What was that?
He said he'd be back. So you're thinking about building a AR-10?
Yeah, I already have the lower receiver, and I actually already have the fire control group. And I've just been dragging my feet on it for more than 2 years. Other stuff keeps coming up. I have the wife's AR build that I'm doing. And then just because I was in California, I didn't feel like building it because there was nowhere to shoot it.
Seems like they've come a long way in the past couple of years. Didn't hear too much good stuff about them before.
You know, I think that one of the problems was before is they were trying to build them too light. They were trying to make them as close and as comfortable as the AR as the AR-15 as possible. But everyone I know who's ever bothered to just put heavier components and deal with the extra weight have always been happy with them. So, I mean, if they can make it work for the M16, we can make it work for this, right?
Yep. Yeah, I've always thought it would be a fun gun to have.
I just over the Memorial weekend, I ended up buying everything to build the wife's gun because she wanted a new AR, and so I got everything to build hers. And now I'm looking at it, and I'm going, didn't buy anything that I was supposed to buy for myself.
Well, you got to keep the wife happy.
Yeah, it's been a blast over the years, because when me and her got together, she came from a family that had never exposed her to firearms. So it's been fun over the years watching her learn everything from the shotguns to the handguns, and now she's starting to get into the AR side of things.
Right on.
Let me ask you a question. What'd you do with all them bullet buttons?
After they all got removed from my rifles and I'd swapped everything out, everything went straight into the fireplace.
Thank God. I'm gonna spread this shit over. You didn't bring the back cover with you. Just burned it.
The only thing I kept from California were my magazines.
Still got the 10 rounders.
Yeah, well, my mother still lives in California, so I kept the 10-round Glock magazines and stuff for when I go back to visit her. so that way I'll be compliant when I go to visit her.
It's kind of stupid how you go across the border and you break a law just crossing it.
I agree.
Yeah, it sucks California has their shitty laws. It's actually a decent place. I mean, aside from the real shitty spots like LA and all the other bullshit.
It's like I tell everybody, man, California is like that fine ass girlfriend you got, but she ends up being crazy at the same time.
Sounds about right.
Yep, that's actually a perfect analogy. Definitely the girl you want to get in bed with, but not the one you want to live with forever.
The one that actually will cut off your penis. Well, did I go too far?
Too far? No, too far is somehow them trying to explain to me how 10 rounds makes my handgun less dangerous than my 17.
Yeah. Explain to me what the fuck is the difference between a breaker and a fucking flash hider, and they end up going with the fucking flash with the break.
Well, I still want to know how they're going to make me put a bullet button on my rifle, and then a few years go by, and then they tell me my bullet button made my rifle more dangerous.
I don't understand these fucks.
And the ones making the laws don't understand the shit either. That's one of the biggest problems.
Dude, all they hear is the gun law passage. Anti-gun. You then voted in instantly. You don't even have the word yet. They'll fucking vote that shit in communities like it was fucking water. And despot. Welcome back.
Yeah, they were serious about kicking us off that time, weren't they?
Well, fuck yeah. Can't wait for Too Hottie. Dude, all I gotta say is congratulations, you moved out, man.
I appreciate it.
That's the second guy that moved out.
Nope, I beat Heavy by about a month.
Yeah. I was supposed to leave with Heavy. Shit. Welcome back to Hottie.
Uh-huh. I think you're bad luck for me. I only drop a lot.
Sorry.
I drop a lot when you're in here.
It's the communist.
Must be.
So I'm looking through some statistics right now, trying to get ready for a video that I'm putting together. And I'm looking at shootings from 1990 to today. And I can't find a single shooting that didn't involve somebody just committing suicide or a murder-suicide that actually looks like it involved staff, not students, all the way until I get to like 1940. And inside that 40 years, we still had marksmanship clubs and shooting clubs, and it was common practice to take your rifle to school with you every day.
What was that stat again? You're talking about school shootings, right? You hear me?
Oh, yep, sorry. So I'm looking from 1900 to today, and I can't find anything that involved a student for shootings other than suicides until I get to the 1940s.
So you're saying between 1900 and 1940, you're not seeing anything other than suicides? Am I right?
Well, suicides and murder-suicides, but you're not seeing like school shootings like we think of them today. Basically, you're not seeing anything that resulted in more than 2 deaths.
Damn.
Yeah. So
when's your video coming out?
it depends on how long it takes me to put together the information. I did a video today talking where I read about an article that I found somebody else had written about the shooting culture in America and about how we used to have all these shooting organizations inside our high schools. And now I'm kind of digging deeper into the data because I'm a firm believer that we should have these clubs and these sporting activities in our school. I think if we're going to put our money into any sporting athletic programs for schools, it should be for Olympic programs. And shooting is an Olympic sport.
Don't they use a Tika 22 log? Or Olympic?
Well, you also have pigeon shooting and clay shooting, and you have I think they use a 22 long for the cross country stuff, but they have lots of shooting events that use a variety of guns for Olympics.
I think people should get more exposed again.
There's still no Olympic handgun stuff, though, is there?
I believe Olympic handgun events haven't taken place since like the 80s.
Cool, because I think we will kick ass. I think we already got concealed carry here in California. Because everybody in my neighborhood carries.
Concealed carry in California is weird because I'm perfectly legal in one county, but then the moment I walked into another county, I wasn't.
Yeah, what I'm saying, my half of the people where I live, they're all fucking crooks, and they all carry. And yeah, and that's funny what you were saying too. Just cross the line, dude. Just cross the line. That's all you gotta do.
Well, like I was legal in one county in California for my carry, but the moment I walked into San Francisco, it became a crime again.
Yeah, I don't think counties should be able to do shit like that. I think if you're legal in a state, you should be legal in the fucking state. I mean,
I completely agree. I thought the whole thing was insane.
I understand that states have the right to, set their firearms laws and whatnot, but treating each county different within a state is just ridiculous. And at the same time, I don't think states should be able to have restrictions or anything that's more restrict than just the regular federal Second Amendment shit.
Well, and that's always been my argument is while I want the federal government to be limited in what it can push on the states, I thought the whole point of the federal government was to make sure that my constitutional rights were the one thing that they were supposed to make sure no state infringed upon.
It's all about that line. Can we just split California like a butt cheek, man? It'll be the best thing ever.
So yeah, from digging through these police reports, it looks like the first true mass shooting event happened in 1966, August 1st, Austin, Texas. And that was the guy who climbed up into the university tower. 14 people wounded. Oh no, sorry, killed 14 people, wounded 31 in a hour.
Let's say and you guys are back.
Yep.
14 killed, 31 wounded in an hour.
Hour and a half.
Huh.
Yeah.
I never understood that one that well.
He was a 25-year-old male. It looks like he was a military veteran. So he was one of our boys who got ignored when he got home. And yeah, so he wasn't a student. He just went to a university because they had the best sniping standpoint.
Was that Nam?
No, this would be too early for Nam because this happened in 1966.
Korea?
More than likely, given his age.
Out of Korea.
Yeah.
I don't know why people go nuts like that, man.
And it looks like the only thing that comes up after that are a couple of copycat incidents.
Wasn't there another school shooting around that era?
So far, everything, I've only gotten to 1968, but everything that I've found since 1966 are all copycats of the first guy that I talked about.
So during Korea, then it was Vietnam. After that. Shit.
Yeah, the next one I found, 1968, is actually an officer in Orangeburg who fired into a crowd of protesters after the protesters had started a bonfire, and the police that were on site thought that they were under attack from small arms fire. Looks like they must have thrown some kind of fireworks or something into the bonfire.
I think they pulled out a revolver.
Yeah.
Damn those hippies.
So everything I'm finding after that, it's mostly murder, suicides, or crimes of passion.
Explain to me, what the hell is a crime of passion? I never understood that shit.
Basically, it's some guy finds out his wife's cheating on him, so then he goes and blows her head off.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the watered down version of crime of passion.
Can't just blow the guy's dick off and balls off, you know? Might as well, I'm there.
Yeah, that's basically what happens. But when they talk about something or they list it as a crime of passion, that's kind of what they're talking about. They're basically saying that it was an action caused by an emotional response.
Okay, thank you. I got it.
There we go. 1976, Edward Charles Alway, California. Now, he looks like he may have been a non-veteran. I'll have to look into him because he fits the years. Yeah, he was a custodian at, what school was that? At the California State University in Fullerton. And he killed 7 and wounded 2. And it looks like he was suffering paranoia and something else that I can't pronounce.
That paranoid is a trip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because my sister has schizophrenia, bipolar, psychosis, some other bullshit.
So let's see here. Working out the math and sorting through the ones that are actually legitimate, you're looking at one shooting that qualifies as a crazy person from 1900 leading to 1990. So I'm stopping right now. And that puts you at 1 every 20 years. if you divide it out.
The fuck was that?
That was my bulldog.
Oh, congratulations. You got a bulldog. Yeah, I bet he does it both ways.
He's not so bad on that. Feed him raw chicken, so keeps the odor down.
Oh no, my buddy's dog used to get suck a lot of air in, so he used to come out the other way too. He was very active. Do you give the chicken with the bone?
Yeah, as long as the bones aren't cooked, he doesn't have any trouble with them.
Because the cooked bones, what are they splinter or something?
Yeah, so when the bones are raw and you apply pressure to them, they snap and break, kind of like they break real clean. Once you cook them, it changes their crystal structure, so that's when they start to splinter off and become sharp.
Yeah, I never knew that.
Yeah, bulldogs. I mean, none of the bulldogs I've ever had have ever done well on factory kibble. So I always end up going to raw food.
You ever had to do operations on his face?
Well, I think because you talk about because the crushed snout.
Yeah, my buddy had to get operation on his face.
Your buddy, I take it, he had an English bulldog, probably.
Yes.
And I have my boys are all Americans. They're the bigger variety.
Oh yeah, you got the big boys.
Yeah. So their faces don't have, even though they have kind of a smushed muzzle, their faces aren't anywhere near as compact.
So I thought you had an English bulldog then.
Nah, my dogs have always been used as part of my work, so I need somebody a bit bigger.
Hey, Too Hottie.
Yo.
Hey, laws, you trying to pass over there where you at?
Any laws?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Last time I looked, now that they're in an executive session, they brought back a bill that got killed in committee last session. They weren't even able to get a vote on it. But now that they're in a special executive one because they couldn't get their fucking work done from the first one, now they brought it back. So I think they're gonna discuss it again and see if they can't get more traction. Basically, assault weapon ban, magazine limit. I don't fucking know. Bullshit. No registry or nothing like that, but no new purchases. But there's also a companion bill that, a compromise bill that is some sort of expanded background check and a waiting period for what they're calling assault weapons and high capacity magazines, which we all know just as regular capacity magazines. But
I remember when they banned the high capacity magazines in Cali. That was in Sacramento. Was it like around 2007, I think? I had Fast Time was up on stage talking shit. And they had a Glock 30 rounder.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on this. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I mean, Firearms Policy Conference, lawyers, I remember getting a thing during the last session where they said, they were able to get it killed and whatnot. So
yeah, I just tweet them out.
I don't understand how, just last session they were able to kill it and they brought it back. They didn't change the bill at all. I mean, they didn't change a damn thing about it. So if it was killed last session, I don't know what makes them think that they're going to have any different outcome this session. They didn't win any more seats. They didn't, nothing's changed. The only thing they've been able to get through lately was that notification of law enforcement if you fail a background check, and if somebody buys a gun or tries to buy a gun and fails a background check, and they're have a restraining order against them, then whoever the gun shop has to report that to, which is the state patrol, I believe. Then they have to contact the victim of the domestic dispute so that they can be warned that asshole tried to buy a gun.
What's up, Hosh?
Yo, what's up?
How you doing, Hosh?
Robot.
Oh, it was a free game. We got to attend. Free tickets are the best tickets. Particularly
For what?
when you're... What's that? Oh, the Angels game, free tickets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we get like free tickets every year, and they're on the base level, like behind home plate. The rich seats. The ticket value on the ticket says $175, which is pretty sweet.
It's pretty cheap now.
It's crazy, dude. I've never had like a more relaxing experience going to the ball game. Like Knives, you know what I'm talking about. Going to Dodger Stadium is kind of like stressful when you get in and out of there.
Yeah, when you first get in, yeah.
Getting in and getting out of Dodger Stadium is kind of like stressful, but Angel Stadium is like the tops because it's like there's no stress. You get this, you can get like in and out of the stadium super easy. And we get preferred parking. So the preferred parking spot is literally like, I don't know, 20 feet from the curb to step into the stadium. It's, and then you just walk in the first gate and the first ramp. It's not even a ramp. It's just the gate to get to the seats is right where your seats are at. So you literally only walk like, I don't even know, not even a quarter mile to get to your seats. It's crazy.
No, I never drive, so I've just been there before. I know it's a little hike you gotta go up there, so.
Not an Angels. Angels is easy.
I just stayed my cousin like he was about to get pissed off the whole time. He was in the parking lot.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's always mad in the parking lot. That's driving.
Let me park it just right here. Fuck it.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Right.
Keep talking.
Hey, Mad Dog. Oh, fuck. I fucked it up. Dog body.
It's all good. I'm just loading paper into a printer. What's up?
Hey, dude. I don't like calling you Mad Dog that much, dude. So I should call you differently.
I mean, most people just shorten it to dog, but
I just called you Mad Dog on accident.
That's okay. I'll take that as a compliment. I actually like that crazy fucker.
Was that movie from the one with the trailer?
No, I was thinking of the general that got into the cabinet.
Oh, Mad Dog Mattis.
That's right.
See, I was thinking of Mad Dog 2020.
Yeah, put that motherfucker in office, dude. Put that dude in office. Nobody will mess with this. Hey, still how do you imagine the liberals about Mad Dog now? They'd be crying.
Yeah, I think he's good where he's at. He's good for our military.
Oh yeah. I think I heard some people wanting to go back already. See that you get signed up back up again.
They want him to do what?
No, I just heard a rumor that they might. Some people are starting to go back. They want to. They're signing back up again.
Oh, the re-enlisting?
Yeah.
Because they actually have somebody in there who knows how to lead.
Probably. About Trump, I'm gonna call him Trumpao. The how you say the puncher.
I didn't catch that.
My mom calls Trump Trumpao, the puncher.
The puncher?
Yeah, in Spanish it kind of connects back to his name. In English, it kind of sounds differently.
Hmm. Yeah, so that bill I told you about, they reintroduced it for their first special session. And now they reintroduced it by resolution, reintroduced and retained in present status for the second special session. So it sounds like they're on to a second special session. And it's only been introduced. It's not even in committee or anything. I think it's just something else they put on their books to make it look like they required another session to waste our taxpayers' money.
Probably they have nothing else to do.
Well, yeah, because they couldn't get the regular work done in their allotted period of time, so they had to request another special session, so they just added extra bills to work on while they're in that session. And now they're on to their second special session.
You know, when I used to go to, and I had to work to a 9 to 5 every day, if I didn't get my job done, I would have been fired. I don't remember my boss ever going, hey, have a special shift to get it done.
Yep. Yeah. No shit. It's like, what are these fucking people doing?
If I didn't get my work done the next day, I'll be fucking scared as fuck coming back inside. I don't want to get yelled at.
See, I don't even know what it is. I don't know if it's that they don't get held accountable or that their citizens actually do hold them accountable and they just don't give a flying fuck.
Problem is, there's no way to hold them accountable. Most of the people who vote for them don't pay attention.
They just look for the D, it's a Democrat right next to the name. I'm voting for him.
Yeah, that's true. The only way to hold them accountable is to vote them out of office the next chance you get. And if nobody's paying attention to what they're doing now, then
I think this year people are starting to fucking wake up now. If they did it, they still fucking fall on their phone.
I don't know.
Party.
Every time you turn on the news, all they're telling you about is what's going on with Trump and whatnot. They don't tell you about what's going on in your own local fucking area.
Party politics is what will kill this country. Because you're right. People just see the D or the R, and that's who they vote for because my pappy voted Democrat or my pappy voted Republican, my father's father crap. Nobody bothers to actually read and look at what these people believe.
And nobody reads the whole law, the whole thing, that what it means to for the bill. Or whatever they try to pass.
I've read the fucking voters pamphlet where they give you a little biography of each of the candidates, and even after reading that shit, you still can't tell what the son of a bitches believe.
Dude, I gotta read them over and over.
That's kind of, I think, one thing that they overlooked with somebody like Trump in this last election. Love him or hate him, no one can say they don't know what's on his mind.
Yo,
So far.
Did you ever go sit down with your gramps?
No, we're supposed to see him though pretty soon. When's the plan for that? My mom mentioned something about for Father's Day. That seems like a good enough time, right? Probably not though. It should probably be like a non-event, like just he and I or whomever, right?
Is it rain at your house, man?
Probably, if you're wanting to do what we were talking about. What was it, last weekend or the weekend before?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Father's Day, a bunch of people or family around. Probably
Right.
not the greatest time.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. Might not be a bad time to plant the seed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hey, Haas, how you been, man?
I've been good. Been just busy working on projects around the house, catching up on all the things I haven't done in the last whatever year of doing the vlogs, right?
I saw my dad that video of your son's, what was his birthday? When he had that big old roasted pig.
Oh, yeah. What do you think?
My dad says that's how we used to do it back in Mexico.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, everybody's got their own way of doing a pig. You know what I mean? Like, and it's generally pretty good. Pig is good. Like, I don't care where. I mean, unless you're like a Muslim or something like that. Pig is good. Pig is good eating.
Yeah, my dad loved that. My dad's all like, that's how we used to do it back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more of a fan of it done on a what's it called, spit over a fire, than I am of the traditional Hawaiian way.
Yeah.
My neighbors every year they're Hawaiian, and they have a pit in their front yard, and they wrap it in the banana leaves and all that stuff and bury it out there.
Watching protest videos.
Yeah, can you hear it on the camera? Can you hear it? How are you hearing it?
A little bit.
Oh, maybe it's bleeding over. Maybe it's too loud.
What you watching?
It's some kids, 14, 15-year-old kids that are like yelling at cops, but it's like in the UK. I don't know what the ultimate. I'm gonna fast forward a bit here.
If it's in the UK, they gotta be Muslims.
No, they're not.
It's not live, is it?
One of the kids tries to, or somebody takes down a cop, or the cop takes a kid down, and then the rest of the cops just start squaring up with everybody.
Is this from a while ago, or is this
No.
going on right now?
I don't know. This is some BS in the UK because they don't have guns, right? And they just have like their little batons. So they
What
whip
do they
their
call
batons
bombs?
out. They whip their batons out and start slapping people with the batons, but they can't attack anybody. They can't attack anybody in vital areas like collarbones or something that would stop a fight. So they just like strike legs and stuff like that. It's pretty dumb. Yeah, it's pretty dumb.
I was watching some videos from France. They have all those Muslim protesters.
Hmm.
It looks like the Lakers won again. Just nailing the cop, dude. They got NSA again.
We didn't even say anything about guns that time, and Google kicked us out.
Oh, what's that? What happened?
Kid getting kicked out.
They got NSA'd.
Who did?
Too hot to get dog. You got kicked out of the chat.
Dog, you must be on a phone too, right?
Yep.
Yep, makes sense. Yeah, Hosh, I asked if that was live because of what's going on in Britain right now.
No, this is. I'm not. I think this is old. Dude, I'm loving this. Okay, I gotta share this one. Oh my god, this woman is the best. She's now my favorite. How do I share this? It's like Telemundo shit right here. Oh my god, how do I show this? Is it this guy? No. Application.
Yeah, Telemundo's better than Univision now.
Oh yeah, dude. Hold on. Let me find it. Oh man, where'd she go? This chick is cray cray. You see this?
Yep.
She put some shit behind this.
Slap that all over the floor. Just slap that.
Did she call her a cow? Kaya de la vaca? Like,
she just told her to shut the hell up. It's the boobs. It's the boobs.
yeah, she's pretty stacked. How many people has this woman slapped?
This is some Chilean shit, not Mexican
Yeah,
shit.
it's not. No, it's not Telemundo.
That's a dude. Dude, man.
That is awesome.
That looks like that one Kim Kardashian's dad or whatever the fuck that shit is. How you like the weather, Josh?
It's the right temperature for me. It's not too hot. It's not too cold.
Just right. 60 degrees all day.
Yeah. What is it right now? It's 64 degrees. It's like perfect. It's just perfect.
But once it gets up to the 70s, it's just like it's all the way to the 80s because you got so used to it. I'm just not hoping until it gets to the hundreds, man. I'll be crying.
It's gonna be hot this year, I think.
Don't say it. Don't say that.
I think it's going to be. I really do. I'm a little like eh.
Dude, I live in the old ass apartment. The paint started peeling off.
I'm just catching up on my Facebook, and people have been posting some amazing stuff. Holy smokes, it's funny. People have been posting some funny stuff on my Instagram groups though. I don't know if you guys are on Instagram groups, but whew. North Carolina House just passed a bill that legally protects drivers who hit protesters blocking the road. As long as they exercise due care. Obviously, they're not hitting them doing 80. If they attempt to slowly pass, that's awesome. I'm big supporter. Yeah, somebody just posted. Oh, somebody posted in my anarcho-capitalism versus minikerist debate group that I'm in. There's a mouthful. Anarcho-capitalist versus minikerist debate group.
What the heck you just said?
Anarcho-capitalist, meaning an anarchist who believes in capitalism, versus a minikerist. A minikerist is like a extreme libertarian who believes that we need a small amount of government to maintain things like roads and the police and the judicial system. Versus an anarchist who is voluntarism on everything. There's a Facebook
where the hell
group.
were you when I was in school?
What's that?
Where the hell were you when I was in school?
I was in Whittier. That's where I was at when you were in school. I was in Whittier.
Because the American government supports any concrete step towards this. If it is the chemical or biological weapons, then from this moment,
So tomorrow I go to the Home Despot and rent myself a trencher for my sprinkler system, and I'm going to trench out the front and back of my house. It should be interesting. Real interesting.
You gotta go back to the zone.
What's up?
Home Depot.
The Home Despot? That's right.
Yeah, say hello to my cousin in the entrance.
Yeah, is he the one that sells me the mangoes? Gives me the sample slice before I go in?
Nah, I don't get along with that guy.
I go to the one in
That's my competition.
go to the one in Cypress. Here's the front, right by my front door, the two planters. There's my front yard. I've mapped out how I want the runs to look. What else? This is the backyard, part of the backyard. And then this is the backyard, the big plot in the backyard. That's gonna be fun to plumb out.
You're gonna go ham. You're gonna go ham all over that.
I have to. I gotta get it. I would like to get it all done tomorrow, but we'll see how it goes. At least get the trenching done and start laying the pipes down. That would be sweet, because a lot of the joints, it's going to be hard to remember all the joints that I need. Plus, I've got to do so there's a calculations gallons per minutes that you need to do, where you figure out how fast your tap, like in the front yard, can fill up a 5-gallon bucket. And then once you know that, you figure out how many gallons your main will dispense in a minute. And then once you know that, you can figure out how many sprinkler heads you can put in a zone. And then you're like, yeah, buddy. And that's what I do. My main will dump 10 gallons a minute. So I have to have less than 10 gallons a minute use with the sprinklers that I'm going to lay out. And so that backyard's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 sprinkler heads. That's a lot. So I'm going to have to figure out I may have to split that up. I don't want to, but I may have to.
You might need an engineer or something, huh?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I might need to find an engineer. Maybe.
Hey, Haas, you mind if I come by your house and dig a big hole and drop some stuff off?
Like in trash bags? Quartered trash bags?
Kind of some, like a big old paint bucket.
A big old paint bucket. Oh, like a sealed up paint bucket? You want to put a cache in my backyard?
Plead the fifth.
Yeah, prepper cache. You want to put your stockpile of 22 long rifle ammo in my backyard? Not a bad idea. While I'm going through all this effort, I might as well like throw a cache in with throw a Baofeng in there and some MREs and shit.
What's up, motherfuckers?
Whoa.
Oh, we got drunk Smeggy.
You're talking about knives. Go fuck yourself.
Did you get a new microphone? Did you get a new microphone, Smeggy?
No, I'm on my phone.
It's pretty clear. It's pretty crisp.
Oh, good. It's crisp.
Crisp. With the emphasis on the crisp.
It's Cool Whip. Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Why are you saying it like that one?
Yeah.
Will Wheaton.
Will Wheaton. Will Wheaton. Will Wheaton.
What's up, Hosh, bro? What's going on, dude?
No, I'm just getting ready for my epic day tomorrow.
Okay, we got Dark Body.
Gene. Boom, 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 boom,
Got us.
boom,
Got
boom,
Smeggy. We got
boom, boom, boom.
Right.
I'm gonna get crazy with some with a gas-powered trenching machine in my backyard in the front yard.
Welcome to Gun Channel.
What you doing? Dude, you do way too many projects. It makes me feel so fucking lazy. I'm like, I never built a fucking wall. I didn't fucking remount. Dude, your truck's loud as shit. Shut the fuck up. Oh, that motherfucker ran a super red. Oh, fuck you.
So
fucking pulled you jackass.
So here's a new thing. We're live still, so I have started exploring the area of driving through left turn red lights.
What?
Yeah. Like, so when you're sitting at a left turn red light and there's no cars that are oncoming, why can't you go? Why?
I don't know. Because fucking Nazis.
Yeah. So just do that. Just do it, and then no big deal. Just check your six and then go for it. Blast it.
Well, I mean, if it's like a turnaround thing, I don't know. You guys got the little turnarounds?
No, I'm just talking a left turn. I'm just taking like.
Okay. Because like the turnaround, you're supposed to fucking just go if it's clear, and half the people sit there at the red light and it annoys the shit out of me. But I'm trying to remember in California, I don't remember seeing those.
I'm talking left turn. Just where you come up and you've got a left turn signal that says red,
yeah.
Do not go, but you've got the green light, like the forward traffic, the through traffic on your side.
Yeah, there's no one coming. Yeah, it's a fucking blinking red. Fuck it.
So why not go? Just go. Just go.
Yeah, don't tell me what to do.
Yeah.
Dude, okay, it's an unwritten rule around here. Fucking red lights. If it's after like 10 o'clock at night, red lights are fucking blinking. They might not look like they're blinking, but you're in the middle of fucking Detroit. You're not going to fucking sit there if there's no one coming.
Yeah, you don't want to hang out in any place for too long without moving.
I remember like back in the day when I was a kid, my sister made the wrong turn. She is fucking horrible at directions, right? And like she saw a fucking thing she recognized. She's like, oh, look, 5 miles. So she turned. Well, she ended up going east, which is like going more into the city. and we live west of the city. And she fucking, like, basically she kept going until she saw a sign that said, like, bridge to Canada. It was like, oh, whoops, I'm going the wrong way. So she stopped. This was, like, before cell phones and shit. And she went to the payphone. And the fucking, like, she picked up the receiver. And the cord was just fucking dangling. Like, it wasn't.
Great.
So she's all freaked out, right? She can't call my parents. She doesn't know where she is, all this shit. And so she just, like, she's sitting there fucking bawling her eyes out. And she's sitting at a red light. And this cop pulls up next to her and is like, what the fuck you doing here, basically?
Yeah.
And she's like, I saw the street and I don't know where I am, you know, crying and shit. And the dude's like, all right, where are you trying to go? So she said the city. He's like, all right, here's the thing. Like, pull a U-turn. You're on the right road. You're just going the wrong way. So, like, keep going that way, and you'll find, like, normal shit. And the fucking cop told her this. Was like, listen, come to a red light. Come to a stop. If there's no one going the other way, blow through the red light.
Yeah.
The fucking cop told her that.
Yeah.
And he followed her for like the next like 6 miles or so to get her out of like the really bad area. And then was like, all right, just like keep going that way. And she ended up, you know, she found her way home eventually, but that's just like, even the fucking cops tell you, like, dude, don't stop at a red light. Like, just make sure there's no one coming and fucking blow through it. Ooh, there's a shopping cart. Do I want to take a shopping cart home? Do I need one? Yeah, I don't think I need a shopping cart. Whatever. Fuck it. I'll leave it there.
No, leave it.
I'm going to leave it, but it would be nice to ride the shopping cart home.
You don't want that cop who passes you every night seeing you pushing a shopping cart. You get hit with stealing it from the local grocery.
You're like, they left it. They left it in the pedestrian walkway. It's not my fault.
Hey, you know what? Go back and get out need my oranges on that thing.
You want some oranges on the shopping cart?
I might need it for my oranges.
Dude, you get arrested for sure if I'm fucking selling oranges out of it.
So I got a comment.
See, it's a different demographic up here, dude. They don't take kind of that kind of shit. I tried to get a ride home tonight, but she wasn't having nothing of it. So, oh well, I tried.
So I got a comment a little while ago that somebody asked me, like, hey, it'd be really cool if you could make a video debunking the flat earthers.
Oh my God.
So
okay, so first off, yeah, that's awesome. But I got something to add after you talk.
So I have an angle that, like, most people actually, they don't, the flat earthers I know don't really have an answer for my my argument. And I've actually drawn it on the whiteboard behind me here. I don't know how much of that you can see. It's gonna, hold on, see if I can do this. Where is it? Enhance, 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 enhance. Enhance, enhance, enhance. So the flat earthers don't know how to deal with the Doppler effect in regards to low Earth orbit satellites, and that just happens to be my Jiminy Jam. That's it's like fake. That's like my Jiminy Jam. Like, I'm actually I can go out in my backyard or my front yard with this antenna, and I can literally talk to low Earth orbit satellites, and I have to account for the Doppler effect. And the Doppler effect, yeah, exactly.
They're fake.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's going to be, I'm going to make a video on that. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. And don't start until I get right back. It's going to take 1 second.
I can tell a story. I gotta wait.
Hey, Smeggy, how tall up are you, man?
I'm back.
How what? What was that, Knives?
How messed up are you right now?
I'm not that bad. I had 3 beers. I'm pretty sure I'm okay.
What I need you to do is send me some money.
I had more beers than that at the baseball field. The game
why would I send you money, Knives? I mean, are you gonna send me oranges or something?
Maybe.
Okay, so Smeggy, what's the flat Earth thing you were gonna say?
Well, it wasn't quite flat Earth, but it related. So,
okay.
I was talking to a chick the other day. She's all like, blah blah blah, like conspiracy stuff. I'm like, okay, you're crazy. But here's her angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is a no-fly zone over the North Pole because there's a giant hole in the North Pole that leads to the center of the Earth where people live.
Where the lizard people live?
Well, she didn't say lizard people, just like other people.
Well, why do those people not come out and be like, hey, we're the people that live in the North Pole?
Like, how do you argue that? I'm like, look,
how do I argue that?
Of the North Pole. And she's like, that looks like ice. That could be anywhere. How do you prove it's the North Pole? And I'm like, how do you prove your fucking Photoshop piece of shit that has like a hole in the North Pole is fucking real? It looks like shit. It's clearly Photoshop.
But how do you prove they're not? There isn't a hole in the North Pole. That's their argument. It's not. That's the same thing. That's the same thing Christians do, or any religious people. They hit you with the how do you know there? How can you prove there isn't a whatever? You're like, well, I'm not the one making the claim.
Right, exactly. Like, yeah,
Bro.
it's fucking. There's a hole in the North Pole. No, there isn't. Prove it. Okay, here's a picture of the North Pole, and it's just a bunch of ice. That's not real.
Yeah.
Well, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I don't know what to like. I guess I gotta buy her a plane ticket, and we'll like fly to the North Pole together and be like, here, look, you're there in person. Like that's the only way you'll believe it.
I'm assuming she is a millennial, so she probably values travel like a lot. So you'll probably be macking on each other in no time.
I don't know, dude. She's just fucking crazy.
I just want to travel.
I'm like, how do you compensate for, you know, all the expeditions to the North Pole? Like, some dude from fucking England, like, planted a flag in the North Pole. And her answer was, prove it. I'm like, because he fucking was there. Like, what else can I say?
They just say that's a story that the government, like the CIA did.
Yeah, if every picture you see is fake, but, like, here was my whole thing, right? So, like, we'll put 2 pictures ahead. There's one picture in the North Pole that has a giant fucking hole in it that goes to the center of the Earth. And another picture that's just a bunch of snow. And say, okay, which one's true? So say, well, the one with the hole is true because that one's real. It's like, how the fuck do you argue with that? I don't get it.
One, the question I have is, what did you do that made you want to take the most like opposite track that most people are on? Like there are so many things that you could be busying yourself with, like real things, like effective things, improving yourself, learning something, but you have spent calories, like energy, to say like, no, this complete counterculture opinion on a topic is the right one, and I'm going to follow it like a religion.
Right.
And it's like,
oh, exactly. That's what? I guess that's the part that bugs me. I mean, whatever. Everyone can believe whatever they want. Like, I'm not losing sleep over it. Whatever. She's wrong. I'm right. Whatever. I don't care. But the thing is to call yourself like, well, I'm just being skeptical. It's like, all right, you're being skeptical. I present you with, and all you say is, oh, exactly. That's not actually being skeptical. That's just being fucking weird.
Skepticism is you do not believe in anything until there is scientific evidence or repeatable experiments that favor the hypothesis that someone is trying to tell you. So
right, but
there's no experiment, right?
Well, there is an experiment. Go fucking fly to the North Pole.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, sorry, experiment's the wrong word. There's no evidence, right? There's no evidence for that. We have no evidence, and why would anyone cover that up?
Exactly. There's no motive unless you want to go super like, oh, it's the fucking one world government like keeping us in the shadows. Like, no, dude. Here's the thing. Like, let's pretend the government's fucking evil and they cover shit up. Honestly, I think they do lie about shit. They normally do, whatever. But here's the thing. If there was actually a fucking like group of people in the middle of the earth, and you ask yourself, like, what would our government do with that knowledge? They'd probably go fucking bomb them because they like bombing shit.
So
they'd be like, oh yeah, the terrorists live at the center of the earth. Let's bomb them. But then my whole thing is, if the center of the earth is like a habitable like piece of land, then what the fuck is making the magnetic field that protects us from the fucking solar rays and shit? Like, we know the center of the earth is really fucking hot, and it's a chunk of fucking iron that's spinning around and making magnetic fields. Like, we fucking know that. That's how the fucking earth works.
So the thing I always go back to is like when people hit me with this, well, it's the one world, or the new world order, the one world government. They're all doing it. So whenever somebody starts talking to me like that, I subconsciously start immediately putting them into the bucket of, this is a stupid person. Like, this person has this very specific worldview that people in leadership positions are smart people, and nothing in any experimentations or evidence that I've seen proves that people that are in public leadership are smart people. There are smart, there are some, but it's a bell curve, just like all of society. Most of our government is filled with average intelligence people.
Well, most of our government fucking sucks. And that's what I did, was that, because here's the thing, they will hold both of these beliefs at the same time. The government sucks at everything, and they always fuck stuff up, and at the same time, the government is all powerful.
Right.
Keep millions of people telling the same story without a single fucking person like telling the truth.
I know. You're right. So on one hand, they're complete inept morons, and on the other hand, you've got Dr. Claw from the Gadget.
Exactly.
That is like orchestrating everything with the black hand, going, whoa. Like, there's no one, like, it is a bell curve, much like society. Our government is made up with the same distribution of smart people and stupid people. And guess what? The reason why they're in government is because they're narcissists or they're egotists and they want to stroke their ego. The position draws them into that, and dumb people are drawn into that, and middle intelligence people are drawn into that, and really smart people are drawn into that. It is just a bell curve like everything else. It's no more special or different.
Right.
I'll get you, Spectre Gadget.
Next time.
Give me your chocolate.
Hold on, Speggy. I got you. Chocolate. There
you go. Yeah, no, that's my whole thing, because like, I base my entire political beliefs on the fact that the government fucking sucks at doing stuff. Therefore, giving more freedom to the people will.
You went robot a little bit there, but yeah, sorry.
It's dumb and sucks.
Yeah, you went robot a little bit on that last part, but so that's the same thing I have, my feelings, and that's a very libertarian feeling that. Even if you took like even if you had like completely genuine public officials that wanted to do the best things for people and they had the best intentions, the inefficiencies of government, the inefficiencies of how we do what we do makes it very ineffective and very cost ineffective. And the private market, particularly the capitalist private market, is the best way generally for everybody to be as better off as they can be. That doesn't include everybody though, right? Some people get they fall through the cracks. Well, guess what? People fall through the cracks with all political organizations and market organizations. There's always someone falling through the cracks. So, you know, it depends on the most freedom.
Between equal opportunity and equal outcome. Because that's the thing. Like, everyone starts from a different starting point.
Right.
Anyone has the possibility of inventing the new fucking gadget and becoming a millionaire. Everyone has that opportunity. Either you do or you don't, but you could.
Right. Well, it's what was the other one? So what you're talking about is the difference between equity and inequality or equality. Equity is different from equality, right? If you make the playing field equal, then that doesn't mean that you give a leg up to somebody else. That would be equity. That's a different thing.
Right. Yeah. And I will admit that the system does not work this way. I mean, it's pretty easy to admit that, like, if you're born into a family that has money, you're probably going to do a little bit better than someone who's dirt poor. It's just the way it is. It sucks, but that's life. But the thing is, it's just like a fucking baseball game or something. You each play by the same rules. Just because one team has, like, better players or something doesn't mean the other team can't hit a home run. Like, it's possible. You play by the same rules, and you might lose. Okay, sucks to be you. You lost. Sorry. You played by the same rules. You just didn't win.
Right. And that's okay.
That's the worst thing to happen in this country is this whole everyone's a winner. No, some fucking people lose.
There you go. That's there's the difference between equality and equity in the picture that I just posted, or that's on my screen right now. So equality is everybody has one box to stand on. Equity is when you have somebody who has higher needs that gets more boxes, right? So socialism is the concept of equity based off of their needs, right? That's not equality, and that's okay if you want to make that your argument. Just don't molest the concept of equality when you really mean equity.
Right. That's like saying, like, oh no, this company is whatever, like 70% white and whatever percent men and blah blah blah, whatever. It's like, listen, if everyone interviewed for the same job and you pick the best person, and just so happens there's not as many like minorities or not as many women, that just so happens. Now, if you're an asshole that's like, I'll never hire a woman, well then
That's
fuck
wrong.
you. You're an asshole.
Yeah, that's wrong,
Yeah.
and we should protest them or boycott them or whatever. Yeah, totally.
Right.
Totally support
But
that. Yeah.
if 10 people go out for a job, 8 people get it, and whatever percentage it is, like the best 8 people got the job and 2 people got fucked. I don't care who they are. Like, sorry, dude, you got fucked. You didn't get the job. It's not my fault. Like that, I picked people that were better. I don't mean to turn this into some fucking social justice shit. I think we were talking about conspiracies or whatever, but somehow we got into that. But, whatever. It's just like, that's the thing. I've said it before, and I say it jokingly, but I still kind of mean it, is that I'm not racist. I give everyone an equal opportunity for my hatred. Let's face it, I just plain hate people sometimes. They just fucking suck. I don't care who they are. there's a handful of people I don't like. It's just the way it works.
It's only racism if you say this race is bad or this race is not capable enough. Blah blah blah. Like that's largely an ignorant, comment. Right? That doesn't make any sense because we know that's not true. There's evidence that proves that that's not true. That's not racist. But now at the same time, I have a picture somewhere in my stash of my laugh out loud pictures where it's a picture of a peanut butter and jelly sandwich that says peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Are they racist? Well, you have idiots again, morons, who are in seats of power, or at least in terms of places where they can talk to the constituents and news outlets and Washington and all that, blah, blah, blah. And they push this narrative that racism is this all-encompassing idea. That's not just, hey, racism is where you say this race is bad, or this race is not up to our standards, or we're better, or blah, blah, blah. Right?
But just not liking someone as a person and they happen to be a different race, that's kind of what it comes down to. It's one of them things. I formed my opinions when I was younger. And one of the examples, there was a black kid that went to my school who beat the fuck out of my friend. I did not like him.
Right.
You know why I did not like him? Because he beat the fuck out of my friend. I don't care what color it is. You beat my friend. I don't like you. But when I said something about, I don't like that kid, they're like, what, are you racist? Like, no, I'm not. One of my closest friends is a black guy. Like, I fucking hung out with him all the time. I obviously don't have a problem with black people. I have a problem with this one person. Because he beat the fuck out of my friend. I don't like that.
Right.
Like, and that was one of them things that stuck with me. It was just like, what the fuck? How can you call me that? Like, if a white dude beat the fuck out of my friend, I don't like that person either. It's pretty fucking simple. Don't mess with my friends, and I'll be happy with you.
Seems like it.
I don't like Ryan Kessler. You know, the fucking hockey player, plays for the Ducks.
Nope.
He went to high school. He was a jackass. I don't fucking like him. It doesn't mean I hate white people. It means I hate him.
I think you're racist against Canadians because hockey came from Canada.
Yeah, but the U.S. perfected it. Russia made it better, so I don't know how much more unracist I can be. Because you got to remember, Detroit had the Russian Five when European players were looked down upon. Like, oh my God, fuck Russia, they play different. Yeah, well, we put 5 of them on the same line and we kicked all your asses, so fuck you. Yeah, we played different, but we played better.
What's Detroit's? I don't know what Detroit's hockey team is.
The Red Wings.
Oh, it is the Red Wings. Yeah, okay, I knew that. Sweet, sweet dude. I don't know sports. I don't know shit about sports.
I care about hockey. That's about it. I watch the other ones a little bit, but I care about hockey. That's about it.
I know sports.
Nashville kicked the ass today, and I feel dirty saying it because I don't like Nashville, but I hate Pittsburgh. So the fact that Nashville beat Pittsburgh 5-1 kind of makes me smile.
Yeah, I got nothing. I am.
Nashville's trying to steal our shit, dude. Nashville tries to call themselves Hockey Town. That's fucking, like copyright Detroit. Like, we are Hockey Town. Fuck you. They call us
Wait, so Detroit considers themselves like the hockeyiest of hockey towns in all of America? I didn't know that.
Detroit is Hockey Town, yes.
So,
because we're fucking awesome.
Huh.
Hockey Town, USA, Detroit.
Is that like because they were the first one to claim it, or because they're literally the most hockey of all towns?
Because for the past 25 years, we've been in the fucking playoffs. This year is the first year we've missed the playoffs in like forever.
They were one of the first few National Hockey League teams too.
They were one of the original 6. It was Detroit, Toronto, New York, Boston, Chicago, Montreal. I don't know. I got a fucking poster that has all the original 6 has all their arenas. I forget what order I named them off in, so I'll look at it again because it's right here. All right, so the first one's New York, and then Detroit, and then Chicago, Boston, Montreal, and Toronto. Those were the first 6 teams in the NHL. Nothing else existed.
Man,
so, yeah, we've been around the block a couple times.
Somebody posted on their Facebook, it's like 2 people talking to each other. The first person is Tiger Woods, and it says, nobody could screw up their career like I did this weekend. And then it says, Kathy Griffin, hold my beer.
That's great, dude. Dude, I can't. I have to say, I did not watch her press conference because honestly, I don't ever want to say her name again for the rest of my life. Like, fuck that bitch. But
I don't even care. To be honest with you, I don't even care. I think the whole thing. Okay, hear me out.
It was a publicity stunt, and she
yes,
a bunch of publicity. So
she was
participated in it. Fuck you.
Okay, so I'm with. Okay, so if that's the angle you're coming from, I support you 100%. She was a dying artist that people had no interest in. She was done. She's gotten older. People don't care about her anymore, and she did this thing to like pop back up in people's minds. That's the only reason she did it.
Right. Now there were some people that said like she totally like planned all the backlash and shit. I personally don't believe that. I think she definitely did it as a publicity stunt. Yep, totally, 100% agree. Oh fuck.
Yeah, she's an idiot. But at the same time, why would we spend our calories, like, I'm going to go tomorrow and trench out my backyard and install a sprinkler system. I'm not thinking about Kathy Griffin, and we should not be thinking about her. Like, we should not. We should focus on stuff we do that's important, that is interesting, that betters us, that makes us better people, better parents, better brothers and sisters and sons and daughters. And we should not be getting involved in the gestalt of like popular media. The more we know these people's names and we know what they're up to, the more it proves that we are not like being effective individuals in my eyes. That's how I feel. Oh, Smeggy. You didn't hear that then. My whole little tirade right now.
My phone died. Sorry.
My phone died.
I knew it was going down. I was trying to get one last thing out, but it died. So now I'm on the computer.
I got a piece of hockey trivia for you, Smeggy.
All right, go for it.
Who was the first American team to ever win the Stanley Cup?
Ooh, that's a good question. I do not know.
The Seattle Metropolitans.
Jesus.
To win the Stanley Cup?
Yep.
I don't believe it.
1917.
That might have been the first. That wasn't the NHL for sure.
I don't think it was the
That was
NHL
before
back.
the NHL existed. That's good trivia because I didn't know that.
That goes way back.
Yeah, because fucking the NHL was formed in. Ooh, that's a good question too. Let me see when these fucking stadiums were built. Let's see. 25, 27, 29, 28, 24, and 31. So the NHL was somewhere in the 20s. Had to have been. If that's when the stadiums were built. So, yeah, I guess, you're right, because the Stanley Cup was a thing before the NHL happened.
Yeah, the Stanley Cup was the trophy made by Lord Stanley, who was the, I don't know if he was the inventor of ice hockey, but he was the first.
He was the first person to wear hockey hair.
No.
The first one to have a mullet.
The first person to have proper Canadian hockey hair.
Don't you know?
Yeah, it was the NHA before it was the NHL, National Hockey Association.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, right? Because so that's like there was like 2 or 3 hockey things, and then when they like combined for the NHL, I guess they just fucking stole the Stanley Cup. Then, if you're saying it was 1917, because that was not the NHL,
The
but
NHL
that might have been when the Stanley Cup was invented.
I'm reading a little bit here. The NHL took over. The NHA was suspended after the 1917 season, and the NHL took its place. So they combined the NHA and the NHL. It started in 1918.
And Seattle was not part of the NHL back then, because there were only 6 teams.
I don't know if they went on to play in I don't know if they went on in 1918 or not.
But anyways, the important part is that Pittsburgh is not going to sweep the series this time, even though they're up 2-1. But they lost tonight by a bunch, and that made me smile.
No, I'm going for Pittsburgh, but I'm glad that Nashville won tonight, so they actually make it a fucking series. I didn't want to see them get their asses kicked in the third straight
Fuck
game.
Pittsburgh, fucking crybaby Crosby, piece of shit. The guy sucks. Everyone wants to talk about he's like the next Wayne Gretzky. Fuck you, you suck. Fucking crybaby. Even though I do feel dirty rooting for Nashville, because Nashville's a piece of shit too. It's one of them things. It's like when like 2 of your enemies are fighting, but like you hate the other one a little bit more, so you kind of want to see him get knocked out, but you want to see the first one get beat up also. That's kind of how I feel right now. Why are there still 2 Smeggies? Why didn't my phone drop out yet? I'm Bogart in the chat. There he goes, asshole. Get out of here, imitation Smeggy.
You're right, Smiggy.
No, I am.
No, Seattle never did play in the actual NHL.
Right. That doesn't mean that they didn't win the Stanley Cup, though. I mean, it's completely possible that the Stanley Cup was a thing before the NHL.
No,
and the NHL just took it over.
Yeah, you're right.
I'd believe you on that. I don't know 100%, but if you say that's what it says, I believe you.
Quick run. Here's a rundown here since we're talking about it. The 1917 Stanley Cup Final was contested by the Pacific Coast Hockey Association champion Seattle Metropolitans and the National Hockey Association, and Stanley Cup defending champion Montreal Canadiens. Seattle defeated Montreal 3-1 in a best-of-5 game series to become the first United States-based team to win the Cup. It was also the first Stanley Cup Final to be played in the United States, as all the games are played in Seattle, and the last Stanley Cup Final not to feature an NHL league team.
All right, so when the NHL formed, they just kind of took that over. They just absorbed it and said, this is our trophy now. Yeah, that's an interesting tidbit. Almost tactical.
No, not quite tactical. That's not a tactical tidbit.
It's a hockey tidbit. Or a hockey timbit to make the Canadians happy.
Them Timbits. Them Tim Hortons. We need to get Tim Hortons down here. That's kind of like getting Zippies.
Got Tim Hortons down there? That would surprise me.
No, we don't have it.
But you've had Tim Hortons though, right?
No, I haven't. It's the great North, the Great White North thing I have never had, but I'm familiar with all the little details, like Timbits. They got that coffee. I want to get some of that coffee.
Are you familiar with this detail? If you go through the drive-thru and order a 20-piece Timbit, it means you want weed.
What?
There was a big thing that like someone got busted by that because like they were selling drugs through the drive-thru, and they told the people to order the thing, and then they'd give them the box and take the money, like it looked all normal, except when you open the box, it was just like a little bag of weed or whatever. And
I didn't even know that. No.
Yeah, it was
that's
like
awesome.
It was like a
In
big
Canada, that's
deal.
great.
Like it was one of them things. Like it started like at one location, and it just like became code. You know, like just people like learned it. Like 20-piece Timbit. Like that's the fucking code for weed. Just like we know 420 is the code for weed. Like that's just a thing.
Right.
You just know it. So same kind of thing. The thing is, like any good Canadian would know, Timbits don't come in a 20-piece. So that's how they fucking got it. Like, honestly, that's how they got caught. Like, the cops got tipped up to it, and they fucking sent an undercover dude and said the thing, and they got whatever, and then they arrested the people.
And to the nation, that as of 6 p.m. tomorrow evening, I shall resign the office of President of the United States.
But it's just funny because like up there, like everyone just knows, right? So it'd be the equivalent of being like, oh yeah, like go to McDonald's and order like a 7-piece chicken nugget. Well, fuck, dude, we all know like chicken nuggets don't come in 7 pieces. Like we just know that it doesn't exist. Same kind of thing. 20-piece does not exist.
Wow, there's a Wing
They
Chun
got good
Academy.
shit.
in
I
Amarillo.
remember when I was a kid. I don't know. I was probably like 2nd or 3rd grade, something like that. And this kid that like, well, he was my best friend or whatever. I met him in 1st grade, friends with him all the way through like 7th or 8th, and then I kind of lost touch. But whatever. His family had a cabin like in Canada, and so I remember going up there for like his birthdays and shit. And that was one of the things is we would stop at Tim Hortons. And this was before Tim Hortons was even in the US. So it was like a fucking like super treat. It's like, oh my God, this like doesn't exist. It's so awesome. And then we would get change like in Canadian money. And that was so cool, getting like a loonie or a toonie. Oh man, that was awesome.
Did you also stop at McDonald's and get pizza?
I can't say I ever got pizza from McDonald's.
Oh, you're missing out.
It kind of bugs me that Boston Pizza is a Canadian pizza company. Like, what the fuck? Why'd you name it that, you asshole?
That used to be the best thing about Canadian McDonald's is little personal pan pizzas.
Why would you want to get a pizza?
I never had a Canadian pizza from McDonald's.
If I remember right, they were good little fucking pizzas.
Fuck it.
And when you're an American going up there, you're like, hell, I don't want McDonald's with your guys' sweet fucking ketchup. I'll have a pizza.
Wait, they got... No, I don't want that. I don't want anything about that.
That is a good point. Fucking Canadians, like, everything is sweet. I remember getting chicken wings. And, it was like medium hot, blazing, like whatever, like all the different flavors. And I remember asking, like, the waitress was like, well, how hot is, like, the actual hot or whatever? She's like, oh, my God, like, you can barely eat it. It's horrible. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. So I get it. They were the fucking, like, sweetest wings I've ever had. They were mild as fuck, and they tasted like a jar of molasses. I'm like, are you serious? This is too hot for you? Like,
yeah,
this
that's
is
the East Coast too. Have you been to the East Coast a lot? Like
no,
the
I have not
East
been to the
Coast.
East Coast.
The fucking East Coast, man. Everybody can't eat anything spicy. There's no one that can eat anything spicy there. And I was talking to a friend of mine, and he was like, "Yeah, it's the genetics. We never grew up with eating anything spicy. Like we have nothing. Like the spiciest thing they have is Old Bay." And like Marco will come on here and be like, "Oh, mumbo sauce." And like mumbo sauce isn't spicy. That shit's not spicy at all. Like they don't have spicy food. Like they really don't.
Yeah, see, I don't really like spicy food. Like, I don't know, fucking chemical burn inside my mouth. Yeah, don't sign me up for that. That doesn't sound fun.
I've done it. I don't have a problem with that.
But I definitely can say I can fucking take spicier shit than Canada can.
Oh
Because
yeah,
they're
but I
fucking
mean,
hot.
just about.
Like, dude, their hot wings, like, wouldn't even register at Buffalo Wild Wings. They'd be like, "Oh, this is the shit we don't even sell because it's so fucking sugary." And to them, it's like,
California-
that's way too spicy. It's hot.
Your average Californian can have more spicy than an average Canadian, I would assume.
Oh, I'm sure you can have more spice than me. I mean, fuck, I'm damn near Canadian myself. We're 20 minutes from the border, so I know the influence
did
comes
the,
over.
You guys have Buffalo Wild Wings, right?
Yeah.
Do you ever eat the Blazing wings?
No.
Yeah, I did the Blazing Challenge. Completed it successfully.
I've never been to Buffalo Wild Wings.
That sounds like a nightmare to me.
Yeah, it's
I
12
get the
of the
medium when
Blazing-
I'm at Buffalo Wild Wings, and that's perfectly fine with me.
I get 12 Blazing wings. I ate them in 6 minutes. No wiping, no dipping, no drinking, no anything. Just do it. Go. I actually, the requirement is you must complete the 12 in 6 minutes. I completed it in 5 minutes.
Oh,
I could do it faster today.
la-di-da.
La-di-da. I could do it faster today, but I don't think I'm going to do that for a while. I don't think I need to better my time. I enjoy. We always get the 20-piece or the 15-piece wing, whatever kit, and we get 5 of them are Blazing usually. And Leah and I, we'll share the Blazing wings. And then we also get the new Scorpion wings are so good, so good.
I've never had those. The
Scorpion
Blazing,
spicy.
I had them once, and I was like, this is not enjoyable. This is just
Oh, yeah, it
fucking burning my taste buds off the inside of my mouth. Like, that's not enjoyable. Can I get a side of bleach with this, just so I can fucking just start drinking bleach? Because that's about the equivalent.
It's not just hot. Yesterday's pomade. It's not just hot. It tastes like peppers. It tastes like I think they use. It's mostly habanero, if I understand, with a bit of extract. It's not ghost pepper. Ghost pepper has a different taste. Blazing has a actual real flavor to it, and it's not as good as the Scorpion
Burning
wings.
flesh.
No, it does. It has a good taste. I like the taste of the Blazing. It's
Okay,
not
you're weird.
as good as the Scorpion, the new Scorpion hot that they came out with.
I agree with you. I think the Blazing actually has flavor, and I like it on the boneless wings.
Oh, okay. I just don't do the boneless as it's kind of like a principle thing. It's not because they're bad. It's just I don't really do boneless wings.
It's definitely not as messy to get boneless, but there's too much breading. I didn't get wings to fucking eat a bunch of fucking like flour or whatever the fuck the breading's made out of.
I used to stop there and pick up food between jobs, so it was always eating on the go.
Yeah, I like their wings though. I mean, generally, I like their wings. I have been to Buffalo Wild Wings in Colorado, Denver, Colorado. No, the Buffalo Wild Wings in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Not great. I'm assuming it was just that particular moment in time I was there, though.
You're on blast, motherfucker.
Yeah, get your shit together. Yeah, Las Cruces, New Mexico. Not a great Buffalo Wild Wings experience. Wow, I just cut my finger. I just cut my hand open on a measuring tape. Wow.
Well, don't
Take
do
that.
that. Silly.
What's up, Pink?
I was gonna say super glue will fix that.
Yeah, right.
Super glue.
Oh, that's a good transition. Here is some super glue. There you go.
It'll sting like a bitch.
No, it's not that. It's yeah, it does, but
No,
not
not
horrible.
super glue. You get new skin. That'll.
Oh, that was way too much. That was way too much.
You should just put super glue. Did you cut yourself that deep and use super glue?
No, it just closes it immediately, like instantly closes it.
Oh, okay.
Why did it put so much out? That was weird.
I use super glue all the time because the cardboard sucks all the oils out of your hands, and especially in the wintertime, it just cracks the fuck out of them.
Yeah. I'll just leave it. It's good enough. Came blasting out of this tube. What the hell?
Must have been under pressure or something.
No, I'm very careful in how I always store it. So I dry the tip completely, and then I hold it like this, and I make sure to kind of like open up the spaces in the bottom of the tube to like pull the glue back in. Not because I want to introduce air, because that's the worst thing you can do, but just get it out of the tip area, and then I always store it vertically. Oh yeah, that was not good. Too much. Oh, I will be right back. Hold on. Too much super glue. It's gluing my fingers together.
I was just gonna say that dude Hosh is gonna fucking throw up an Instagram post of like his hand in a fist, like it's stuck this way. I glued myself to myself.
That's right. There's nothing I can do about it. It's my hand works, but it's kind of gluey. Right. So the cut's right there. It's going down the finger, but it spilled over the top and went here, and then it kind of like glued. So I had to go in there and rip them apart, but it's fine. No big deal. That'll be gone in a couple of days. No need to fret.
Was reading the chat a little bit ago, and it sounds like I saved Smeggy from a felony tonight.
How so?
By talking you out of taking that shopping cart.